democracy. Done with all your hypocrisy. All of the chaos and all of the lies I hated. I'm wasted here. Can anyone wash it all away? I'm waiting here for anyone to wash it all away. Wash it all away. I've given up all the media feeds my hysteria. Sick of living down on my knees. I've given up all morality feeds my brutality. Fuck what you think about me. All of the chaos and all of the lies I hated. I'm wasted here. Can anyone wash it all away? I'm waiting here for anyone to wash it all away. Wash it all away. I won't change for you, and I can't take the blame. There's nothing you can do, and there's nothing you can say. I'm wasted here. Can anyone wash it all away? I'm waiting here for anyone to wash it all away. Wash it all away. I'm wasted here with everyone. Just wash it all away. I'm waiting here for anyone to wash it all away. Wash it all away.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, fellow decoders around the world, wherever you may be, thanks for joining tonight, wherever you're at. Appreciate you spending some time with the fam here at the Decode Your Reality channel. My name is Logan. I'm going to be your tour guide for this, however many hours we're going to flow with this. What's your question? We have reached gold status. This is What's Your Question number 79. And that number is very big in the esoteric because it's 79 gold on the periodic table. And there's a lot of things going on in the world right now that are attributing to that gold aspect, which is why that song you just heard by Eric Gronwell is called Wash It All Away. It was done by originally Five Finger Death Punch. And I was trying to figure out a song to play for this, What's Your Question? And that song's been in my head for weeks now. I literally decoding, playing that song, repeat, Five Finger Death Punch, repeat. The harmony's so good, the chorus, to me, I'm a rocker, right? So the song has a lot of relevance to my life. But the lyrics, I've given up on the media. right? I want someone come along and wash it all away. Well, that's what's going to happen. That's what's happening now. Lead to gold. There's the harvest that's going on. It's been going on. That's why all this stuff's coming out and you're starting to see like, oh my God, did that really happen? That didn't really happen. You know, this and all these things being questioned. Why wasn't that stuff happening 50 years ago, 20 years ago? Because it wasn't time yet. Because we live inside of a predestined scripted reality and you're just along for the ride. So the reason why I have the sunglasses on, if you're new here, like why I'm not wearing them to be cool, I'm wearing them to remind you that you're inside of a movie. Many movies do portray sunglasses. Terminator, The Matrix, Free Guy, putting on the glasses. They Live, putting on the glasses, being able to see, knowing you're in a movie. And so that's what this prop is for, to remind you, don't get so upset next time something doesn't happen for you the way you want it to. The universe always trying to shake you up. Always trying to shake you up. It gets good, it gets better, then it gets bad. It gets good, it gets better, it gets bad. It gets bad, it gets bad. It gets good, it gets better, it gets bad. When you can start laughing at the bad, that is a graduation. That is an area of refinement. Because you'll realize that this reality, the good, the bad, and the ugly, two sides of the same coin. And I'm gonna start off. There was a question by Nick, who asks, and I want to get this exactly right. He says, I have a question. Where is it? Oh, did you retract it? No. Okay, I can't find it now. Maybe because the chat is. Okay, but anyway, I think Nick says, why do you always contradict yourself? Well, you're using absolutes, but if you saw some of the quotes, life is a contradiction. Once you start to decode how this reality works, you'll realize that's the big takeaway, is that life contradicts itself. You'll say you'll do one thing, then you do the other. Then you'll change your mind and you'll reverse directions and you'll go the other way. So as a decoder, I decode so many things that it probably is a lot of contradictory kind of stuff. I'm not here to make friends. I'm not here to appease you. I'm not here if you like me. But life's a contradiction, brother. The entire reality that we live in is a contradiction. And once you figure that out, you won't ask that question anymore. You'll know, and you'll laugh. Or at least I hope so. All right, ladies and gentlemen, June 8th. June 8th, the card for today is the Nine of Diamonds. The Nine of Diamonds is a card of being the rock star, the superstar, the movie star, the police star, the FBI star. Think about in your life right now, what do you do? What is your claim to fame? If your life ended today, what would be your legacy? And those of you that say, well, I don't have one, that's nonsense. Your entire life will be a legacy. But what is going to be your legacy? That's Nine of Diamonds. And that's card number 73/72. And it's really interesting because I had a friend of mine today ask me about a business and the numerology of it, and it was a 73, right? And that was the card for today, the Nine of Diamonds. So anyway, I want to show all of you, here is the Nine of Diamonds right here, okay? The Nine of Diamonds. This is the card for today. So it's reminding you to be the superstar. If you haven't made that decision yet, make the decision today. Today's the day to do it. Of course, 8 is a number of power. It's the infinity symbol. But I wanted to go in and show you how crazily scripted my reality is. Just based upon the song that I just played for the introduction of this. Again, I was trying to figure out what song I wanted to play. I was like, oh, why not? And then I don't want to play the Five Finger Death Punch because it's going to get a copyright, right? Not that I care, but then there's commercials that get tacked on. Those of you that ever see commercials on my channel, it's not because of me. I don't have my channel linked up where I'm getting royalties because I play a lot of copyrighted music. But the reason why there's commercials is because there's probably a song that I played, and now whoever is the owner of that song is keeping tabs and putting commercials on there. So I try to use cover songs. And that guy's awesome, Eric Gronwell, formerly of Skid Row. But I played that song, right, to get the cover song. And I'm going to show you some slides. And I want you be the judge. And then I'm going to get into your questions. And I have a lot of sneak peeks tonight. I got Alpha and Omega decoded, the Newsbenders decoded, the Jesus Lucifer scandal decoded. I have a lot of big decodes coming out. So if you're a member of Patreon, thank you so very much for your support. Many of the decodes on Patreon you will not find on YouTube. But let me show all this to you and show you how my day started here. And what I'm going to also tell you is that last night, before I hung it up and called it quits and went to sleep, somebody sent me something on June 9th, which is the day that the reserve currency of the United States, the petrodollar, is going bye-bye with Saudi Arabia. That's a really big deal. I'm going to show you the astrological map and show you how it's scripted, show you how the Saudi prince is scripted, show you how cryptocurrency is scripted and moving in. I'm going to show you astrologically. I'm going to show you with the cards. I'm going to show you with numerology and how it all fits into a box and is wrapped up nice and neat, and it tells you the story. Okay? But let me start off with this right here, and then I'm going to get into some of your questions. So this is what I named it. I got like maybe six slides, and I incorporated the astrological chart for the Saudi prince and the petrodollar. But this completely moved into the wash it all away. Okay, wash it all away. So this is the name of the song that I played in the very beginning, and this is the guy right here, Eric Gronwell. This is right off the video now. Okay, now you tell me if you think mankind is in a big-ass conspiracy trying to mock you and pull one over on you and get one past you, okay? Because this guy would have to be in on it. And someone would have to set him up wearing this T-shirt, et cetera, and then they would have to be conspiring with me, since today is What's Your Question 79, which is gold, and this is the atomic isotope of gold, 196.967, and there's the 196 right on the guy's shirt, okay? This song chose me. So it's called Lionsdale. What is the lion? The sun, gold. Okay? This is the Lionsdale Boxing 1960s. Right on his shirt, 196 is gold. That gives you the number 71 in numerology. Are you ready for this, folks? This is the card that's attached to it from the number to the card sequence. This is the Seven of Pentacles. And if you look at this card, this would be God right here. And it's observing all of its materialism on earth. These are all the things that it created and has swept up. And now it's time to reap. It's the harvest. Okay? I'm going to wash it all away, but what am I going to keep here? The 71. This is tied to Lucifer and Jesus, by the way. One and the same. The 71st card. Wash it all away. What am I going to keep? Right? So this is the starting point of just 2 hours ago when I decided what song I was going to pick. And I'll leave the video for this in the description later on tonight after I finish this decode. But 71 and 71. Now, you ready for this, ladies and gentlemen? The album by Five Finger Death Punch came out on September 4th. And you know what card it is? The frickin' Seven of Pentacles. Okay? So there's a match to the album coming out on September 4th, 2015, 9 years ago. And then this guy has a numerology on his shirt of 71, which matches that card. Coincidence? Is it a big conspiracy trying to get one past you? Notice that I have the date here, and for a very specific reason, because this year is the leap year. So this is the September 4th, wash it all away, is the 248th day of the year. And do you know what the birthday is for that? United States of America. If you take 2024 and you subtract 1776, you're going to get 248. Now, I'm not saying that to put any fear in you. I'm just saying the numbers lining up, man, and what's going down on the world stage. Well, wash it all away, man. Wash it all away. Okay? Wash it all away. These numbers, this is the source code, the source code talking through me, because I'm not taking any credit for this. I'm just a person who likes to connect things, and that's what my life's being used for. So I went to their YouTube channels, right? And I looked at when they joined. You can find a lot about a person to figure out what day they joined. Your YouTube channel, you can go find out what day you joined, then compare it to the cards and see what card you are. Well, Five Finger Death Punch joined 3 days before Eric did, but of course, they joined 12 years before Eric did. But just 3 days before, October 14th, October 17th. And these numbers, the 1, 4, and the 1 and the 7, these are Lucifer numbers. Why? Because Lucifer has a lot to do with washing it all away. Well, this is the card that's attached to the October 14th date in the tarot. It's the 8 of clubs. It's the 8 of wands. And this means very fast movement. It's a fire-air card. Very fast movement. Wash it all away. Here it comes. This is a card of lightning. And then this is Eric's card, who sang the cover, the 5 of clubs. And this card is obviously a no-brainer. It's fighting. Wash it all away. I'm sick of the drama. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of the hypocrisy. Wash it all away. Well, it's coming. Just from these two people right here who had no idea that this is going on. Okay? No idea. This card right here, by the way, the 8 of clubs, is the card of the simulation. The 8. Wash it away. The simulation is going to change. There will be a lot of fighting. There already is. There will be a lot of chaos. There already is. Wait till the more truth comes out on the world stage. The truth against the truth, right? That you would call lies, but everything is just everything. So this is what I started off with just a few hours ago by choosing the song here on the world stage to play for What's Your Question 79. Coincidence? No, it chose me, folks. I'm not in control of my life. And guess what? Neither are you. And that's not a bad thing. If you think it's a bad thing, well, I would encourage you to look a little bit beyond that, because it's actually very liberating to know what you're being used for. So that kind of led into what I was working on last night, which was this guy right here, the king of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman. He's only 38, right? He has chosen not to renew the agreement that was made back in 1971 when Richard Nixon suspended the US dollar's convertibility into gold. Okay? And they got military backing and all the other stuff that was on the world stage. Well, he decided not to. And this is his birth card. He's walking away. This is his birth card. He's the 8 of hearts. He was born on October 31st. Walking away, baby. I'm not doing it anymore. I'm walking away because this is going to go bye-bye. The whole dollar, right? The whole dollar is going to go bye-bye. The difference between the two dates, 53. 53 years. And I'm going to get into the 53. Keep in mind the word crypto equals 25. Okay, so this is the chart of June 9th, tomorrow. And these are the planetary placements. The big one is Pluto. Pluto is in Capricorn, and Pluto will be in Capricorn until around 2039. It is not in Aquarius. It is not anywhere near Aquarius. It is in Capricorn. And there's a reason why it's in Capricorn, because Pluto is the destroyer. It's in the 21st Nakshatra, which is the world card, by the way, because it's designed to remove the deadwood, to make the change happen. And of course, this is the underworld where all the riches come from. Well, the Jack of Clubs, which is the card of August 15th when Nixon announced the suspension, the Jack of Clubs. These jacks through the Vedic system are owned and operated by Capricorn. Okay? So you're seeing firsthand the removal of this activity and cryptocurrency being ushered in and whatever else is going to happen here. Okay? Whatever else is going to happen here. And where is Kronos? In the 25th Nakshatra, which matches crypto. Why? Well, it's one of two things. One, crypto will never happen, which I can't see that being the case. But I'm not attached to it. It's either crypto will be completely removed and it will never happen, or Saturn is here setting up the timeline in Aquarius, and Pluto, which is in Capricorn's house, is removing what's left of the fiat currency, the hard cash. Okay, we haven't used hard cash in a long time. Some of you still use physical money, but not many of you. Most of you have been used to swiping your card, a digital footprint. Okay, up here for June 9th, just tomorrow, right? Look at all the activity up here. Zeus, the planet of expansion, in the sign of Taurus. Taurus is ruled by Venus. Venus is all about giving birth to things. Taurus is a sign of currency. Not only do we have Taurus and Zeus, we have Uranus. And Uranus, in my opinion, is the father of Aquarius, and that's the age of cryptocurrency. So Uranus is in Taurus right now with his grandson setting up the currency. Then Mercury's here, the planet of commerce, and you have the mighty sun here in Taurus, and you have Venus, which is the ruler or the lordess of Taurus. Mars is in Aries, its own sign, and this is all about taking charge, leadership. And of course, you have Chiron here as well, which is in the 27th nakshatra, along with Rahu. And Pisces is physicality, fiat currency, money, dollars, pesos, whatever. It's all part of the Piscean age. It's the paper age, like Jordan would say. It's paper. Well, paper's going bye-bye, right? Chiron, the wound. Rahu's like, I'm out. I'm done. Poseidon is back home in its natural sign here in Pisces. Okay? There's so many layers to this, but this is what it looks like. And this right here is the card attached to August 15th. Remember, it's 53 years in between those two. All right? So I'm going to go to the cards now, and I'm going to compare the 53-year birthday of the 1971 Nixon when he changed it and converted it into the dollar suspended the conversion into gold, okay? 53 years. So this is 53 years old, this whole entire concept. So I have the 53 spread here, and then I have Mohammed, who is 38 right now, who is denied. He's not going to renew that contract. Okay, and why I have the 10 of swords here, ladies and gentlemen, because this is finished. You don't get any more dead than this. Okay, you don't get any more dead than that. And the very reason why is because of the fact, see, crypto is 25. Okay, the 25th spot in this chart is in the Jupiter line, Zeus. Okay, I already showed you here, Zeus is with his grandfather, Mercury, the planet of commerce, in the sign of Taurus, which is currency. Okay? Currency. So in that spot where the Nixon stuff takes place is the 10 of swords. It is done. Complete. Finished. Over. Sayonara. See you later. Okay? And then Mohammed's card right here sits in the 5th spot, which is action and movement. And what sits over here in the Nixon spot? The Queen of Clubs, which is the 25th card in the deck. So he is leaving behind and not renewing that contract because it is over with. It is finished. It is history. Okay? It is history. No more. Okay? That's what it looks like. And this is his birth card from his age. Right here. The 2 of Cups. Okay? It's new contracts, right? This is a contracts. He's coming in to deliver to the world, to his country, new contracts. And this right here, card 53, another piercing of the veil. See you later. Heartbreak. Okay? Gone. Sayonara. History. Okay? See you later. In the 27th space is that Jack of Clubs right here. And 27, ladies and gentlemen, is the word Jupiter is 27. Jupiter is moving into cryptocurrency or something else, not the fiat currency, not the US dollar. That's going bye-bye. And the US is in trouble, meaning that there's some major transitions that have to take place. That's why all of this stuff right here was shown to me. Okay? I'm just not going to make predictions, but it's obvious, the inevitable, the lion. And the lion is right across the way from Aquarius, right here. Leo the lion has a symbiotic relationship with Aquarius, and that's what we're in right now. And Kronos is here setting up the timeline. All right? So Kronos is here to set up the timeline, and that's the way it is. Okay? So we have some major transition coming in here this year. And this is a leap year, so that's a big deal. It's a really big deal that it's a leap year this year. But these were obviously, again, scripted reality, ladies and gentlemen. It's harvesting time. Okay, and this is What's Your Question 79. Okay, there's the 196 right on the shirt. Can't miss it. Okay, can't miss it. So wash it all away, folks. Okay, I can tell you right now, you won't see me cheering. I don't want anything to do with it. I'm not going to cheer. I'm not going to get excited. I'm not going to get pumped up. Why? When it's already scripted. It was already meant to happen. I'm not going to bring my pom-poms out. I'm not going to be blasting social media with like, oh, look at what's going on here. No, I don't care. I'm a decoder and I'm neutral. No emotional attachment to the stuff that's going on because it's scripted. Don't care. Don't care. Doesn't matter to me. Doesn't matter to me. All right, so that's what we started this thing off with, okay? That's what we started this whole thing off with. And now let me go through some of your questions and see if I can answer some of them. I want my birth certificate back from the Vatican. That's never going to happen. It'll just either be destroyed or... yes, it's me. Would love Candida decoded. Try some. If you have Candida, check into what is it called? I have a jar of it in my cupboard too. You got to stay away from sugar with Candida. I know I can tell you that because that's what it feeds off of. Pine something. I can't even remember what the stuff is. It's just crazy. I don't remember. I'm having a blackout on my brain. Go with the flow. RM says, what to do with crazy exes? Cut them off. Cut them off. That's it. Sometimes you just have to completely sever the tie and never, ever again. Isn't it funny? See, this is a contradiction, right? You meet this person, male or female, and they're like, oh, I'm so in love. We've all been there, right? I'm so in love. Oh my God, I've never met anybody like this before. We have so much in common. We don't argue ever. We never argue. Oh my God, girl, this dude, man, we never argue. We just have so much in common and he's so amazing. And then the dude's like, yeah, oh my God, this girl, she's this and she's that. Oh my God, we have so much in common. And then a year later, you're calling 911 and you're getting a restraining order. That's the contradiction of life, man. You're calling the police, man. The popo. Oh, man, it's funny. Hilarious. Big shout out to the moderator, Pam, in here. Pam has like 5 body doubles, by the way, in case you didn't know. That's why if you've seen her here and everywhere else, that's how she's able to do all these multiple podcasts, because there's more than one of her. So big shout out, big love to Pam out there. I don't know where Steven... Oh, Steven's here too. Awesome. Big shout out to Steven Segura. Steven, I know I always get your name wrong. It's so easy to pronounce. Thanks, everybody, for showing up, both of you. I got the male, female. I got the Jack and Jill in here. Turpentine, that's it. Thank you, Dire Straits. Turpentine, that was it. Utility Maximus says, if we have no soul, where'd you get that? Is that something that you adopted as your truth? I don't know. But let me answer your question. If we have no soul, I wouldn't be able to answer it. If we have no soul, what are the eyes the windows to? You're a computer. Your brain is a supercomputer. Without your brain, without thinking, I've had this conversation before between what comes first, the chicken or the egg? Is it love or is it the mind or is it love? Which is first? Well, when you say I fell in love, oh my God, I love that person so much. That's your brain. Everything has to go to that supercomputer to end up moving into speech or feeling, or I think I want to go make love tonight. That's a thought you get. The heart, your heart has absolutely no feelings to it. It's designed to pump blood through your body. The mind is what controls the entire body. That's why the circulatory system is so important. That's from studying the bio of the body. I mean, I don't know if any of you have a difference of opinion on that, but it's all about the brain first. Angela 369 have you watched Outer Range? I watched it all. Great show. I was huge. Like Josh Brolin is amazing. He played Thanos in the Avengers. So I was big on that. His code is insane. Great actor too, Josh Brolin. Tessarina, what are your thoughts on ghosts and spirits? Well, I think it's possible that they exist, right? I mean, you have this concept of theology, and it goes and branches off into many different areas. I mean, the Society of Jesus, from what I read back in the day when they first started up their whole society, they had a retreat in the mountains. They would take you up in the mountains, and they would teach you about the angels and demons running this reality. That's that story. Then you have it in, the theology, Christianity, Judaism. You have 72 names of God, and then you have the Shem Hem Forish, the 72 angels and demons, right? That's the yin yang. So do they exist? I mean, I would think so, but it's all a Ponzi scheme. It goes up into the middle. It's a cone. It's a pyramid, right? So there's two sides, and it comes, and then it services the main point. Like you would have a pyramid right here, right? And at the top is the boss. At the bottom on the left and right hand side, that would be your angels and demons split in half. And they just surface and they go to the top. And it's just all mob rule. It's all the pyramid. It just all goes up. So there is no organization on the world stage that the research shows of where they get an exception and like, oh, I'm not under the guise of, no, BS, man. Especially the larger organizations. I mean, if I were to say, is it possible to escape the clutches of mind control and stuff? It may end up happening, right? But I would say the first people that it would let go of would be the ones at the bottom, not the ones at the top. Debbie Kennedy, isn't it said that your gut is your second brain? Yeah, it is in science. The medical industry, yep. Nutrition. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a tall order, man. This whole neutrality concept, and I'm not, again, I'm just me, the messenger, telling all of you what I've been shown to tell all of you. And a lot of people get the neutrality aspect confused. They think, a lot of it differently than what is being portrayed that I'm trying to show all of you. the neutrality aspect is knowing that this reality is hot and cold. It's peace and evil. It's chaos and order. You're not everybody incarnates to command order. There are people that come into this reality, that are in this reality, that command chaos. But that's the yin yang. That's the good and evil. I mean, I got a decode coming out on the Ra, right? Ra 88. And Ra is tied to the great beast above, which is the zodiac wheel. Obviously, the sun. I mean, it's no coincidence that there are 88 keys on a piano and the element radium, which is Ra, is 88. 88 constellations in Ptolemy's book. 88 miles an hour to time travel. What's up with all these 88s? But nonetheless, the 88, folks, and Ra is a big deal, and it's tied to lights, camera, action. The Law 1. The Law 1 has the same numerology as lights, camera, action. They're both 56. And you got to know what the 56 is. And I mean, I found it so many times. Especially, I got Alpha and Omega coming out. Knock your socks off. Blow your mind stuff. And it involves a lot of Greek. I've been getting involved in a lot of the Greek. Cosmic Ferentry is asking, what are your thoughts on opposing nodes in the natal chart regarding successful relationships? Those are personally I personally look at the nodes as something that is dearest to you, right? The K2 Rahu axis. The K2 axis has really been there, done that. I'm just regurgitating this information now. The K2 information is basically your spirituality and where you were in your past life. It's kind of like what you're really good at, and it's in your back pocket. It's what you'll kind of go towards in tough times. You'll fall back on, right? It's a habitual practice that you'll fall back on, what you're really, really good at. But then your Rahu, which has really been demonized in so many ways, because Rahu does represent ultimate desire. It represents, like, Rahu's position is it just wants more. It's just desire, 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 desire. I don't care. Desire, desire. I want more. I want more. I want to have 50,000 pairs of shoes. I want 20,000 pairs of jeans. I want 5 houses, 20 houses, 30 houses. I need to be more money, more money, more money. That's the essence of Rahu, the idea of Rahu. K2 doesn't care about any of that. Those nodes are designed for you and what you're going to be moving towards in this reality. I don't really have them pegged with love relationships. I think love relationships have a lot to do with the standard 7th house. And then if you don't have the 7th house in the 7th house, you would try to find that. And then if you're a male, you look at where your Venus is. And if you're female, you look at where your Mars is. And you have to make determinations. And so the chart can get complicated, and it does get really intricate on relationships. But here's the easiest thing to consider. Your life is already scripted, so it doesn't matter. It's such a burden reliever. Like trying to figure out, who do I best match up? Trust me, I've done this for so many years, looking at so many charts. And when I first started with this stuff myself, and it can get really, and again, it gets a contradiction, because then one time you have this tool and you're looking at it, and then you add on another tool, and then it washes away the other tool. You add in, and now it gets complicated and more complicated and more complicated. And this is where you end up grounding yourself and becoming led in this reality. And you have all these ties to you, and you're bound to the ground with all this stuff. And you can't be liberated there, right? So it's a contradiction. In a way, you feel liberated because you got to know. You got to know. You got to know. But at the same sense, when you got to know, it becomes expectation in a way. And then you're looking for it. And when you don't get it, if you're not good with your habitual practices, you'll get angry. You'll have an emotional reaction. When you get good, you won't have an emotional reaction. You become neutral, right? That's the position of neutrality, is not expecting something to happen. You just allow it to come. And it's not always going to come, with the roses. Sometimes it brings the shit show. But again, that shit show is designed to move you in a certain direction for your script, for your screenplay. But of course, a lot of people, or I should say all of us, we end up sometimes cursing that part of the script. Where, oh my God, I can't believe this happened to me. It didn't happen to you, it's happening for you. And the things that are pushing you towards what you're supposed to be doing is going to involve love and fear. Speaking of that, I got another big decode coming out on when God tempted the devil in the Old Testament. You know where that's at? So this time God tempts the devil. Actually, Satan. It's not the word Satan, Satanas in the Greek, but Satan. When God tempted Satan. Oh yeah, it's in the Bible for sure. See, and I'm going to throw a big bomb out right now. If you're on my Patreon, you would already know this, but I got introduced. YouTube showed me this video. Man, it opened up a rabbit hole, and I'm just like, oh my God. There's a guy named Dr. Eamon Hillman, and he's a very, very, very interesting character. Very zany. Well, he's a Greek classicist. He's got his PhD in Greek, and this guy, he's got a channel on YouTube called Lady Babylon. And what he's shown now, folks, in theology, and his story has blown my mind. I'm not even going to get into all of it, but if you're on my Patreon, you would know some of the stuff, and it's I'll just tell you this, it's really dirty. And why I didn't see this 10 years ago? Because it wasn't time. Why didn't he come out 10 years ago? It wasn't time. You're in the age of information. So that's why all this, like people say, yeah, justice, and we're finally getting, no, why are you cheering? It was supposed to happen. This was already destined a long time ago. Now, you're not going to see me cheer. I'm not going to cheer. I won't. I'm not going to cheer. I've become meh, my life. Because you realize the scripted reality is just, it's like meh. Maggie is, I don't know if you're asking me this. What about the 12-step program? I already decoded Alcoholics Anonymous, another scripted part of our reality. I can't remember which one I did, but I have like a few slides saved on my computer somewhere. I should probably do one on that, but I don't want to, I'm trying not to, you got to be very craftily, not to manipulate, but you got to be very careful on, like, I don't want to belittle organizations. That's not my position. But there is one thing about the AA program that I completely refute, and that is standing up in front of a whole bunch of people and saying that you're admitting that you're something you're not anymore. That's just, that doesn't make any logical sense at all. You literally feed, because like I look at this reality like a computer. In your computer, there are folders, and the folders represent in your supercomputer in your mind, those folders are your ideas. Well, every time you stand up in front of a crowd of people and you admit something, hey, my name's Logan and I'm an alcoholic, that folder in your brain, it gets fed. It's like it gets food. It's like, hey, I want some food. Go to a meeting. And you go to the meeting and the folder's like, get up there and tell everybody you're an alcoholic so I can get food. That's how I look at this reality. I wouldn't do that. I used to be. I would be getting up there saying, hey, my name's Logan. I used to be an alcoholic. And everybody like, what? What did he say? Yeah, I used to be. Past tense. Anyway, whatever works for you, I'm not poo-pooing on it, belittling, but that's my big issue with that is I would never admit something that I'm not anymore. Tracy Patriot says, if you stay meh, are you able to experience joy? Yeah. Yeah, I do. I mean, I enjoy going to the beach. I enjoy watching birds. I enjoy watching nature. I feed the stray cats and dogs. I enjoy animals more than I do people. But my life has really become I mean, I can be honest and authentic. It's become where my main focus that I'm being pushed towards is to show all of you how this works. And then you have to make the determination on first if you agree with me, number one. Not everybody does. And number two, if you do agree with me, then you got to see how it fits and compartmentalizes into your life. That's it. I think it's just a tall order. I mean, my foundation on what the research shows is that this reality, it needs people to incarnate into. Spirit needs people to incarnate into. You have Avatar and all these. So spirit, God, whatever, angels, demons, they need people to incarnate into. So every time a body pops out of a womb, that's another player on the board, right? And so therefore, that's the whole thing. That's why do you think orgasms and sex feel so good? Why do people have sex drives? Because you're encouraged to pump out a kid, because the game needs players. So it's a tall order to stop doing things that you love doing. And we had this conversation last week when we were talking about the same thing with some other people that were here. It's a tall order to be meh and to not to play the game. It's a tall order because then you'd be like, what am I just not gonna enjoy life anymore? That's not what I'm talking about. But I'm saying is the first requisite is knowing that this game is scripted, okay? Knowing that your life is scripted, and then finding out what you're scripted for. That's like the first thing, that the foundation of what we should be doing, besides jumping in and playing the game. And then after you figure out what your position is, then you can start to, create your reality around you. But most people have already done the opposite, myself included. I did the opposite. Checking all your comments. Thanks everybody for being here. Miss Dell, he's one of them cabal. What cabal? Fresco Reflections asks, if you leave the Matrix, how do you leave the Matrix? Are you talking about after you die? Because so far, that's the only way that I figured out how to leave the Matrix, and that's just a big guess. I don't even know if you can at that point. I think a lot of us are so eager to find the way out that we've, in a way, we've relinquished life itself. At least I have. I'm so fixated, but I love doing what I do. So I love my life. I love life. I'm a fan of life. I'm just not a fan of the suffering. Utility Maximus, if my life is scripted, is there a way to read the script? Absolutely. Astrology, numerology, human design, gene keys, Enneagram, personality types, tarot, cards of illumination. There's a million different ways. I'm probably exaggerating, but there's a lot of ways. I haven't decoded the Bohemian Grove, although the latitude, longitude is very interesting. Very interesting. Garrett asks, what is the creator? I can't answer that for you. And again, it'll be a contradiction if I say, because I may change my mind tomorrow. See, what the thing is that once you dive down the hole, and the hole I'm talking about, once you say, Well, I want to know I think I'm interested in the mysteries of life, right? I'm going to dive down the hole. Once you dive down the hole, folks, everything's possible down there. So yes, it becomes a complete paradox. It begins to become a complete contradiction. You'll change your mind a million different times. You think one day you wake up and so many times I'm like, oh my God, I'm at the pinnacle of my research. And then the following week or 2 weeks later, I find something that completely upends that and be like, oh, that was just, because I'm telling you folks, life, just watch shiny new toys. Whatever runs this reality, it is addicted to this experience. Maybe it can't feel like we can. Maybe spirit can't have emotions like we can. Maybe spirit can't have sex like we can. You know, if you think about the so below in our reality, our so below is video games in a way, right? And if you play a game like Mortal Kombat, like just a few months ago, I went back to the US and I was visiting some good friends of mine, and one of them had the PlayStation, and I hadn't played video games in forever. I don't remember the last time I played. And he had Mortal Kombat, and I was like, oh my God, I couldn't believe how amazing the graphics were and all this stuff. And I had played it back in the day, right? I had played it a lot back in the day when I was a young kid. But it gave me the idea of like those characters in that game box, we created them. Someone came up with the idea, named the idea, just like comic book heroes. Somebody, Jack Kirby, and they came up with the idea, and then they drew out the character. And they came alive in the comics. And now the comics became the movie. What's the next step? Real life, this reality. So anyway, the video game in Mortal Kombat, these characters that are created, they only can become alive and play the game when you hit the power switch on. You turn the game on and you boot it up and you hit start, and you're scrolling around seeing which character. Do I want to pick Sub-Zero, Scorpion, Raiden? Who am I going to pick? And you pick that character becomes alive, and you control it, right? And it's getting its head cut off and its arms cut off and stabbed, and you don't feel that because it's not real, right? But it's real. And the graphics are getting more, and we're integrating this virtual reality with our own reality, where it's just becoming it's blending into each other. And I feel like that's how the as above from our perspective works. It's picking up the remote control, playing the game like we pick up the remote control and play PlayStation. And keep in mind, Sub-Zero and Scorpion and Raiden and Liu Kang, they can't get out of that box. They are trapped inside that box. The only way they can play is when you turn the game on and pick the character, and you control the character. If you don't hold on to the remote control, that character will just sit there and do nothing. It has to have the person holding the remote. Well, why is it so far-fetched to think that's how our reality works? And it's all fractals. But those people, those characters, Grand Theft Auto and all those characters that somebody made, those characters cannot get out of that game. And there's a lot of things in our reality, music and movies that say the same thing, that we can't get out of this reality. And it's theoretical, right? I can't prove that, but I can prove that Raiden and Sub-Zero and Liu Kang, and they're not getting out of the Xbox unless somebody ends up moving it to another reality, into another reality, and they become real. Can they become real? Maybe. I mean, if you think the concept of mankind, the theological position is a lot of people 30, 40, 50 years ago, when we didn't have the knowledge we had now, everybody's like, oh, I want to go to heaven. I don't want to go to hell. I want to go to heaven. Well, heaven means you got to leave the physical and you go to the spiritual realm, right? Well, imagine you're Sub-Zero or Raiden in the Mortal Kombat, and you're like, I don't want to be in this box anymore. I want to go to Earth, man. I want to go feel. I want to go be the person holding the remote. Well, is it any different, the concept of going to heaven and leaving behind the earthly realm? I don't think so. I think it's a very interesting topic of conversation to have. Fresco Reflections, do I have any info about 3D, 5D shift out of Matrix? Just theoretical positions. I don't have anything substantial. I have nothing to, and I don't, listen, there ain't anybody There is nobody that has any substantial support of talking about moving into these timelines, other than you can say perhaps, oh, well, the truth's coming out. What truth? Oh, well, this person lied on the stand and that person was going to jail. And yeah, there is no such thing as lies and truth. There's just everything. We just have to, these silly adjectives that we use. Do you sit there and do you start looking at movies? And when you start watching a movie and somebody says, oh did you see that movie? Yeah, oh my God, it's so good. I didn't see it. Tell me a little bit about it. And you start telling the person about the plot of the movie. And you'll see that you'll start saying to them, yeah, this guy lied about cheating on his wife. And okay, but did it really happen? And you know what you'll say? No. It's a story. Yeah, but did the guy act it out? Yeah. Did the girl get really angry when she found out that her husband cheated on her? Yeah. So did it really happen? Yeah. That's the contradiction. Do you see? The movies is the so below of our as above, and our as above is where we become the so below, and it becomes fractals. And that includes video games. Marvin Ellers asks, who's going to win the election in November? I don't have the foggiest. How about if there even is one? How about that? That's a more interesting topic to talk about. And furthermore, Marvin, there is no such thing as an election. There are only selections because life is scripted. The voting and that whole thing that's an illusion. If there ever is such a thing. People say, oh, this reality is an illusion. What are you talking about? I'm here, right here, and I bleed and I breathe air and I fall asleep. And how's that an illusion? I think what's really interesting is the first, I don't know if it's the first one, but Mexico just put into position a Jewish female president. And I got nothing against the Jewish nation, by the way. I just want to make that very crystal clear. I love everybody. I don't care. Everybody. People ask me, "Are you this?" And I'm everything, everything. I just had a couple Orthodox, I think, in the grocery store here in Mexico, which was bizarre. And I'm cashing out, and he comes up to me with this big old smile, and he's like, "Are you Jewish?" And I'm like, "I'm everything." And he looked at me like, "What?" And I go, "Shalom." And I kind of caught him off surprise, like, how did you know that word, right? Well, I study Hebrew, bro. I study a little Hebrew. But anyway, I love everybody. It's just this whole reality is a damn show, man. It's a show. It's a movie. It's a show. That's why I wear the sunglasses. You're in a show, man. Theater. This is all theater. It's a soap opera. It's drama. Drama. But anyway, the one they put in for office, I can't remember her name. You want to talk about scripted, right? So here we go. Here it comes. Here comes the sun. Her birth card. 6 of clubs. This is the 19th. This is the messenger, okay? The 19th card in the deck. This is tied to the sun. The sun is across from Aquarius, Leo. Just showed you the Leo thing in the beginning, the lion, right? Here comes the sun. The feminine power is back. The feminine power is coming in. Scripted. Scripted reality, man. The messenger coming in. Don't care, though. Don't care. It's like, okay, go ahead. And this woman has a degree in technology, cryptocurrency, the age of Aquarius. Huh? Yeah. RNA asks, do you think reality is an all in your mind universe? Yeah, of course it's all in your mind. And then you use your senses to give the feedback. I think that maybe really, I postulated this before. I think that it's very possible. Like the Greeks, when I started on my journey of decoding, I was heavily studying the Greek, and here I'm coming around round robin into the Greek stuff again. But the Greeks, when I found out that we're being used and harvested for our energy like a battery, the Greeks, they called that ambrosia, which meant food for the gods, right? Food for the gods. And it starts with the letter A, and that's alpha. And you got to know what alpha is, and that's alpha and omega, and that's the anode and cathode and the battery and all that stuff. I'm telling you, it's as simple as the A to the omega. It's as simple as that. That's why I have this decode coming out on alpha and omega, and it's in Greek. All the numerology is in Greek, and it's tied right to the tarot cards. It'll show you the pictures. I'm going to show you the alchemology, the alchemy, the science, all of that. It's so fascinating, okay? But the energy exchange and how this whole reality works and how we're being used for our food, I think that's how it works. And I think that our reactions to our environment is what gives the energy out onto this reality. We live in this reality is based on waves, frequency, sound, light. That's all waves. The word waves in numerology equals 21. The word enter equals 21. You enter the waves. You enter the waves. Okay, if you take the S off and you just do the singular, it's wave, that's 18. That's Jesus. Jesus and Christ, that's 18. Adam in the original Hebrew is 18. The wave, the man enters the wave. And we're made up of waves. We're made up of matter, slowed down waves. And this is why, like, you get into the earth thing, which I don't care about, round, globe, flat, concave. I don't think it's any of that. I think Earth is a wave like this. That's what the land mass looks like this. It has valleys and hills and shit. It ain't flat. Waves. This is water too, by the way, not vodka. MD is asking, can you explain the Ace of Diamonds? It's the 27th card in the deck. It's tied to the Pyramid Khufu. It's a card of choice between love or your career. It's a card of, my YouTube channel was started on December, this YouTube channel here, my second one, started on December 4th, and that's the Ace of Diamonds. I told all of you, if you have a YouTube channel, you should go back and look when you started it, okay? And you'll get the card that's attached to it, and then you can couple that with your birth card and your spirit card, and you get a bigger meaning on that. But the Ace of Diamonds is a card tied right to Ohm's Law. It's currency. It's tied to currency. It's the 27th card in the deck. Okay, it's tied to the devil. Diabolos equals 27, which is currency. Okay, which is the waves in this reality. And it is a card typically that is denoted for either choosing love or choosing career. But if you try to do both, it will be very challenging because it is a card of currency. So it's going to direct you. It doesn't want to divvy up the currency. It wants to choose one or the other. Okay? One or the other. So you got to get playful with it, and you got to understand how that currency works. Travis LC is asking what my food regimen consists of. Okay, I'll go and play in that. I'm somebody who pretty much eats the same thing until I get tired of it. I like simple stuff now, though. The simpler, the better. My last meal that I had before I came on here, let me try to bump my seat up. My last meal that I had before I came here on this, I had a big fat slice of pineapple. I had a whole basket of blackberries, and I had about 6 mandarins with yogurt, coconut yogurt with pistachios. That was the last meal that I had. I eat a lot of fruit. I eat yogurt. I eat a lot of watermelon. then just I drink a lot of watermelon puree. I just buy a big ass watermelon. I cut big fat slices and I chop it up, throw it in the blender, and I just turn it on with the seeds and everything. I blend it up for a couple of minutes. I pour that into, and I usually drink 2 liters of watermelon juice a day. That's my first thing that I do. I drink about 3 to 4 liters of water a day. But I normally only eat a couple times a day. If you want to consider the watermelon juice food. But I have a lot of nuts, a lot of macadamians, pecans, peanuts, almonds, pistachios. I try to keep those on hand. And then usually I've been eating a lot of celery. I don't know why. I don't try to figure it out. I just go with what my body's telling me. I like the crunch. I've always liked potato chips, but potato chips obviously are very unhealthy. So the crunch comes in the form of raw celery. So I chop up raw celery. And I mean, I can just take a whole head of raw celery, a whole big thing of it, the whole thing, chop it up into little pieces, throw it in a bowl, olive oil, salt, pepper, and macadamians. And that's an amazing meal right there. It's easy because I'm busy doing shit. I like eating sometimes. It's like I'm not enjoying, and my body at this stage of the game, my body, sometimes a lot of foods my body doesn't want me eating, and I know why. I get the rejection of it. So I have to be very careful. Sweets and stuff I don't really have anymore. Sugars, my candida will flare up. It's a pain in the ass. So I just eat really, really simple. But usually I'll have, my main meal will consist of some kind of protein at night. And again, I've been doing a lot of celery. So I'll just cut up a whole head of celery, maybe with some lettuce, romaine, or what's that lettuce we have here in Mexico? They grow it. Hydroponic. Do those because it's clean, and then I do a protein with it. Whether it be chicken, fish, or I do a lot of filet. If I do that maybe a few times a week. You don't need to eat it all the time. And for me, that's what I do. I don't eat a lot. I don't eat a lot anymore. I eat a lot less than I used to. And it works for me. I do every morning when I wake up, besides the 2 liters of water right away, I do a glass of squeezed lemon with baking soda, and I sometimes splash some apple cider vinegar in there, and I do that on my empty stomach, and that helps. If you have heartburn, telling you, man, it's a game changer. Because if you're willing to do that every day before you eat any food, it's a game changer in a big way. And at this point now, it's easy to say some things about you should be eating a certain way when you're young. When you're young, your body's very resilient. And I mean, when I went and did veganism, and I did it strictly for 5 years, I first started, I was like rock star still, man. I was working out still, big muscular. And I did it cold turkey. I didn't ease into it. I just quit and I just went completely vegan. And it just didn't work for me. My health plummeted. I got anemia. Even with taking vitamin B12, you should see my bedroom. I have a million supplements, like I'm this health quack and in science and all that kind of stuff. So I tried to do that, plant-based, vegan, and it just didn't work for me. And remember, folks, I don't think there's a cookie cutter way to that. I know some people got turned off by some of my comments because maybe you're vegan and it rubs you the wrong way and you think that veganism is like a cookie cutter way to eat, but it can't be. Because again, if you're young, if you're 20, 25, 30, 35, your body's like, you can throw it at whatever you want and you ain't going to feel something erupts on your skin. You will, like, it's those things set in later. I'm 51. I'm going to, 51 and a half, going to be hitting 52, after for 2020, February 2025. So for me, it's way different. It's way different to say something when you're 30 and young and you got it all figured out, to say, yeah, you need to be eating a certain way, to then tack on 20 more years to your body and then say the same things. You might be saying a lot of different things, because I did. I was a huge proponent of veganism. I was very authentic with it. I was a huge proponent of it. But it wasn't affecting me. And then when it started to affect me, I had to make changes. My blood panel, testing my blood, that's a big marker. My genetic marker is what I'm predisposed for. There's a lot of things you can look at health-wise to tell you what your body's designed for. You can get into the specialties like blood types. I don't think really that makes a difference that much. You got to tell by how you feel, your energy levels, what your blood panel looks like, what your blood cells look like under a microscope. These are important markers. Again, if you're 30 or 25, you may be able to get away with it and say, oh, you should eat just this way and that's it. But it's not freaking cookie cutter when you get 50, man. I'm not the only one saying this either. It ain't cookie cutter. Amay says 50 isn't old, though. I didn't say it was old. I agree. But still, I have 50 years of punishing this temple. I'm not talking like, I was a bodybuilder. I was competitive. I was like, in my heyday, I was 220 ripped. I was, I was like eating so much food, all that stuff. Whatever goes into competitive bodybuilding, I was there. So I beat my body down. I'm injured everywhere pretty much. My knee, my 2 rotator cuffs, my neck, like it's beat. Like I have used this avatar up. I can tell you that. They may not look it, but it's beat, right? And, that was just the path for me. But I don't think 50 is old, but when you compare it to someone who's 80, but still 50 years and you count how many days that is, it's a lot of days of continual beating down on the body. The stuff you breathe in, the gases, whatever's in the air, whatever you put in as toxins and poisons, voluntarily, involuntarily. George, that's a cool avatar name. George Costanza asks, I'm very curious to hear your thoughts about porn. Let me break them into 2. What are my thoughts on porn? Pornography is a low chakra activity. Okay? Pornography, and I want to be very clear here. Okay? I am not going to tell you pornography is bad. I would never do that. I will just say pornography is an activity. Okay? It is an activity. But now you have to, what kind of activity is it? Well, now you're going down at the lower chakras and you're hanging out in the root and the sacral, right? Where the procreation is, testes, ovaries. You're hanging out down there, okay? That's why the lower chakras in the classic representation, the colors are fire, okay? Fire. And so porn is where you're not only giving your energy to whoever you're watching, but you're receiving that as well. So you can imagine where if you're looking at a porn star, okay, and they don't even know you're looking at them, but your eyes it's energy exchange. You're getting the energy back. So any energy they have, it's possible. I'm not saying it's absolutely true. It's a possibility that you're getting the energy back from what they got going on in their life. And it downloads into your biofield, and now you're singing the tune of the same thing without even knowing it. Okay? But it is an activity, pornography is, and it's a lower chakra. And I just want to show you in the tarot what that looks like, because it's really beautiful, especially in the tarot, how to actually control that area of life from the perspective of the tarot. So this right here is the eighth card called Strength. And in the Vedic system, this would be the house of Libra. Now, if you move it into tropical, it will be Scorpio. But I personally feel, after reviewing and contradicting myself, that this card right here from Sidereal Vedic astrology, which I think is the most accurate out of them all, is this is the house of Libra. And it's got the word Ra in it, right? Meaning the sun. Well, this card right here is called strength for a reason, because that lion right there, that represents your sex drive. Okay? And there's a woman there, and that represents estrogen. The lion is testosterone, and the woman is estrogen. Okay? Which is what we both have. But the testosterone is what your sex drive really kind of comes from. She has the infinity symbol over her head, and it's a woman taming the lion. Now, it has many meanings, but I feel this right here, Libra, is the scales of justice. So when you get good at this reality, you are able to control your animal instincts because Libra is balanced. But most people are not. They are leaning to one side in a big way. Most people stay in their lower chakras. They never leave. If chi could get stuck, a lot of people would be stuck in their lower chakras. They never leave that area. And again, I'm going to say, I'm not saying that's bad, by the way. I'm just saying that's the way it is. But the semen retention, now that's a different story. I know, like Santos is one of my good friends, and he postulated the whole retention thing, which blew up, and he made a lot of good points that deserve a lot of merit. Through the description of how all that stuff works. But he's talking about energy. When you don't release, right? Well, sometimes it's painful for people. What are you going to do? So it will, again, so it's not cookie cutter, right? There are some people that get pain if they don't release. So are you meaning to tell me that if they don't retain their orgasm, they're not going to be in the same group as you? Like they get ruled out. They essentially, they can't check that off the box because they can't hold back because it's too painful. So there's that aspect. So do I think that there's any value to holding back your orgasms? Yes, because you're able to control your lower chakra for sure. But that's with the intention of giving it to somebody else, like engaging in sex with somebody else. Masturbation, completely different story. But then what are you thinking about when you do that? Are you just doing it to release? Are you watching something to release? Then if you're watching something to release, oh man, that's when we get back into the pornography stuff. That's all magic. Magic is the Force, Star Wars. It's just the Force. That's it, magic. Ric Flair says, what if most porn, I love your name, by the way, a huge Ric Flair fan. What if most porn and porn stars are AI? I don't know how you would even support that. I really don't. And even if they were, doesn't matter. They were supposed to be. But I can't see that being the case. But I'm a doubting Thomas. Amay says, I could never get into astrology, but astrotheology makes a lot of sense. Well, theology is astrology. One thought they have the ology at the end. Astrology, numerology, theology. Why do they have the ology at the end? It's all in the words. Theology is astrology, bar none. The research and support solidifies that position. But I will encourage you to look at your entire chart because I think you're saying I'm a Leo, but you're all 12 signs. Every single one of you here, if somebody says, what's your sign? My answer is, I'm all 12. Huh? Yeah, let me see your chart. You open up a chart, and what do you see? All 12 signs. Now, if you want to say, well, where's your sun position? Well, that's a different story. But you see, this great beast above, which is the astrological chart, is a system. It's a team. Kind of like, in football, there's 11 men on the field or 11 women on the field, 11 and 11. NFL football is the 11-11, offense and defense, 11-11. You get 12 men on the field, you get a penalty. But anyway, it's a team. The astrological is a team. That's why when you look at it and you can interpret it, and it's complicated, obviously, if you don't know what you're looking for, because there are Lord and Lordesses of the houses, and then you have the numbers and numerology is right into astrology. They go hand in hand. So once you learn astrology or numerology, you'll know the other one. Juliano, the architect's asking for the charts. My friend, you'll have to email me that stuff. I won't even remember. So if you send me an email, request them, I'll send them to you. decodeyourreality@gmail.com. Jason says, yes, my favorite is Scorpio. Yeah, you're the 9 of clubs. In Vedic, the 9s sit in the house of Scorpio. So that's why Vedic to me is the superior system. George asked, do you think the demiurge as a concept is real? Well, the idea makes it real, right? It's called the self-fulfilling prophecy in psychology. Like people say, is Jesus real? The idea makes it real. Was he a real guy? The idea makes it real. I don't know. There's no way to prove that Jesus the Christ was a real dude. But the idea makes it real. Every time someone talks about it, they give it energy, give it energy, give it energy, give it energy, give it energy. So the idea makes it real. So the demiurge, is it real? The idea makes it real. Faith is asking me about the Nag Hammadi library. That includes the Book of Thomas. That was discovered, I think, in 1945. I want to say that, the Dead Sea Scrolls 46, 47. I want to say the Nag Hammadi library, those were found in 1945. That contained the Book of Thomas, etc. Well, it's another part of the script playing out. Is it right or wrong? It's both. It just depends on your perspective. The Mind Supply is asking, any tips for a Life Path 8 that's struggling with money? Well, first and foremost, I would encourage you to look at your other life path, which is not in what you're probably used to. You're probably not even an 8 life path. So there's 2 perspectives to look at life paths. The first one is to take your birthday and just subtract 2 digits from it. If your total life path is 8, you could, well, actually that's not true, but whatever your month, day, and year is, the month, you just subtract 2 digits off of it, because the month of March is the first month when you go back beyond the Julian calendar. So I would encourage you to do that. And as far as money or anything like that, you probably have some layers. If this is set up in your screenplay, go watch Born. The best thing I can tell you is, if you have money issues, if you want to increase your money, okay, if you want to increase your currency in your life, and you feel like that's something that's important to you, then you got to make some changes in your life, right? You have to make some habitual practices in your life. It has nothing to do with bad luck. It has to do with your strategy. That's it. Okay? Scripted or not, it has to do with your strategy. So you need to rewire the brain, so to speak. You need to get rid of some of the folders in your brain that you keep addressing. Like when you say, Do you have any advice for somebody who's struggling with money? See, that struggling with money is a folder in your brain that you just activated by telling me that. Now, you didn't meant to do that because you probably didn't know that, but you have to eliminate the struggling with money folder and delete it, number one, and go to square one and go to a layer of neutrality and then start to establish new strategies in your life based upon people that know how to strategize to earn money. And the very best place I could send you to is Born Rich on YouTube via Bob Proctor. If you type in Bob Proctor, Born Rich, and you go watch it's a very old 1980s, you go watch those seminars. They're absolutely free. And I'm not talking about watching them one time. I'm talking about watching them every single day. Every single day. And then you say, well, how long do I got to do it? Every single day. Yeah, but how long? Every single day. Does that mean I got to do it for the rest of my life? Every single day. Is that clear enough for you? But most people won't do it every single day. Why? Because the folders in their brain, they don't want to delete them. They don't want to delete the folders in their brain because the folders in your brain are alive. They're archetypes. Like, I'm no good. Oh, I'm a loser. Oh, I can't get a girlfriend. I can't get a boyfriend. I don't look good. I'm not handsome. I'm not pretty. These are all ideas. There are folders in your hard drive, which is your computer. And every time you say it, you activate the folder and you add and end up giving it more energy. And over time, those folders, they become alive. And these ideas are archetypes inside of you. And just like you don't want to die, these folders don't want to die. The next time you go on your computer and your computer's full, and you kind of like a lot of you have cell phones right now, right? And it's full. It's like slow, and you can't download any applications, and the memory is full. So what do you have to do? You got to either plug it into your computer and start to transfer, or you got to start deleting stuff to make room for. Okay? Well, take that same concept, but move it into your brain. You got to start looking at your brain is full of folders that need to be deleted. And those folders are just ideas. And those ideas don't want to die. They're real archetypes. Like this card right here, this Six of Wands, has been around since the early 1900s. Do you know how much energy this thing has right here? I'm holding in my hand. You couldn't even measure it. Because so many people sit with these cards and they give people readings and they add to it and add to it and add to it. Oh my God, Mary, you got the victory card and this is what's going to happen. And they add to the card, add to the card. This card right here is so filled with energy. It's ridiculous. And it becomes just like you and I. The only thing it can't do is talk to you. That little dude on the horse is not going to turn its head and look at you and start having a conversation. You have to this is a fixed energy in a sense. But every time someone gives this energy, they add to it and it puts it into the folder in this card. And now the card becomes bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, right? These are very powerful. Well, the same thing goes for your brain. Any idea you have becomes a card in your brain. And you revisit the idea by acknowledging it. That's why I think going to an AA meeting and saying you're an alcoholic is the worst idea to do. Because you're adding to that folder. You want to get rid of that, man. It's a past tense. So same thing goes with inside your brain. If you're having money issues, you got to stop saying you're having money issues. You got to stop telling people you have money issues. You got to stop telling people you're broke. You got to start looking at a different strategy in your life than what you're used to. And that means that you got to do it every freaking day, man. Bob Proctor, Born Rich, every day. Shut off your shows, shut off your hobbies, your activities. Just go gangbusters on Born Rich every single day. And I promise shit's gonna start changing, but you gotta make room for it. If you're not willing to make room for a more income coming into your life, if you're not willing to do that, then don't blame, it's this. No, it's your screenplay. Okay, but if you're listening to this and you end up moving into born rich every day? You were supposed to. But if you can't cut it, if you can't go and do it every day, like people ask me, how do you stay so lean all the time? Because every day I do the same mechanics. I'm very consistent. I have a lot of discipline. You have to do that with creating new strategies when it comes to earning money. So the very simple thing is to do, if you're having money issues, Born Rich, YouTube, Bob Proctor, every single day. Stop watching your shows for hours on end. Stop chatting it up with Kathy. Stop going out with Bob and having beers. Born Rich, Born Rich. How bad do you want it? It's 12 hours, I think. And you're going to go on repeat, right? And you'll be like, fuck. And you're going to get to the stage where most people end up shutting it off. They'll be like, well, I watched it 10 times. Every single day, man. You're going to watch it hundreds of times. That is what gets people to change. You can't, if you're 50 pounds overweight, you can't just go to the gym 3 times and say, oh, well, this ain't working. No, all the time, like every single day, you have to change strategies and addictions in your life. That's what you got to do. How bad do you want it? Every single day. Okay? Mike Poor. Is that your last name? Mike Poor says, everyone can't, so this is the folder in your brain that you just addressed. Everyone can't be rich in a capitalistic system, unfortunately. That's what you have programmed in your brain. Okay, if you say so. So that little folder in your brain says, thank you for the food. Thank you for the food, Mike. Give me some more food. And you get on the phone and somebody say, hey, how do you, oh, dude, you can't do it, bro. This is too hard. You add to the folder, you add to the folder, you add to the folder. That folder becomes so big, you become a freaking marketing machine of saying you can't do this and you can't do that. You feed that thing. It becomes an addiction in a sense. So I don't have to live your life. I don't pay your bills. But saying that anything's unfortunate, number one, is BS in my book. There is no such thing as unfortunate things in life. Things just happen to you because they're supposed to happen for you, not to you. And number two, anybody can be rich in a capitalistic system. Anybody. You just got to find the way to do it. You just haven't found the way to do it. There are people that are doing it. First, it's making the decision on what you define as rich. What do you mean? What is rich to you? That could mean a million different things. Some people, $5,000 a month is rich to them. So you should define what you think rich is and set a game plan and a strategy, but you got to change your mindset. You got to get rid of those folders, and you have a lot of deleting to do if you think things are unfortunate and if you think that things are people can't do something. So the contradiction is, you're right. Everybody can't. Yes, everybody won't. It's not that they can't, they won't, because the screenplay won't call for it. Because if everybody was rich, then this life would be boring. There would be no contrast. Sean W. says, Ola was the latest guest on Tinfoil Hat. You know what? I'll wait for them to reach out for me. I actually, when Santos did the Tinfoil Hat podcast, I was in LA. Santos came and visited me. This is the first time I met Santos. He came to LA and he was poised to do the Tinfoil Hat podcast with Sam and Sam Tripoli. And I was in the studio with Santos when he was shooting that. I got to meet those guys. They didn't know who I was, and he may not even know who I was, but I'll wait for people to reach out to me if they want to. I've reached out to people when I feel compelled. And I actually have already I take that back. I've already messaged Sam years ago to go on his podcast. I think it was maybe 2 years ago, maybe it was last year. I told him, hey, Sam, I'm coming to LA. Let's get together. I heard nothing. Now, it just wasn't the right time. I'm a generator in the human design. Generator, if you're a generator, your design is not to chase anything. Your design is to create. And then you will have things come back to you that you've created, and then you make the logic and discernment decision on what you want to entertain. So I used to be like chase. I don't chase anymore. I throw it out there, and if it comes back, great. If it doesn't, I'll just go create something else. It wasn't, again, if the door doesn't open, it wasn't your door. So if I get on there, great. If I don't, then that's cool too. Mike, you're right. There has to be poor people but they're just, instead of saying poor, they're just, how about just there has to be people to work the menial jobs. That's it. Why? Just remove the poor and rich. There has to be people to work menial jobs. That's it. You will eliminate the rich and poor concept because it's such a diverse gradient to define which one is which. Michael Joseph asks what about projectors in human design? If you're a projector, there are 5 types of human beings in the human design system. And if you're a projector, then you are a guide. Okay? You're designed to make the world a better place. That's what your design is. That's the tool in your toolbox as a human design projector. Okay, then you can branch off. There's like mental projectors and this and that, but that's getting into different branches. Projectors are the guides to make the world a better place. And then you gotta marry that with the astrological, the numerology, your life path, all these things you have to marry to see how all this fits for you as being a projector. But the strategy for the projector is you have to wait to be invited. And what is it like? What does that mean? Well, let's say you're a psychologist, right? And you need patience. Well, the strategy would be to open up a practice. And guess what's going to happen when you open up a practice? You may market. Say, hey, I got Logan Psychology here. And then you start to have the phone ring. That's your invitation, right? So that's the strategies of these things to know. And then you got to practice, and you got to figure out. Like I said, I was a chaser for so many years of my life as I didn't even know because I didn't know about the generator. I don't do that anymore. Because you'll move into a not self theme, and the not self theme for the projectors, you're going to get bitter, and for the generators, you're going to get frustrated. I am Robert says, my wife Michelle is watching in the living room. Please tell her I love her. Okay, Michelle, Robert loves you. I am Robert loves you. I don't know what that was for, but I'll play. Debbie Kennedy saying, how do you know if you're a projector or a generator? You have to go to the chart and pull it up, plug your birth details in there, and it'll tell you right away what your type is. If you're the Debbie, I think Debbie, you requested a reading, so I would provide that for you and go through all that kind of stuff with you. I think you did. Faith says, love is the trap. It sure is. When did I discover SS Cryptic Current? When did you discover human design? I don't even remember. A long time ago. And then I got into Richard Rudd and Gene Keys. But now I start to just look at the gates and then connect it with the numerology, it's mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. Let me show you one of the gates. You're going to laugh at this. I'm telling you, this is how connected this shit is. It's awesome. So you have, in human design, you have a gate 59, right? In human design, gate 59 is called the gate of intimacy, right? The gate of intimacy. And it says in that gate of intimacy that your program, part of your program is you're on the hunt. You're on the hunt, right? You're on the hunt for sex. And then across from gate 59 is gate number 6. And the word baby in numerology equals 6. The game of life in numerology equals 59. The game of life is intimacy. It's lust. I know some of you, oh, it's love. No, it's lust. Lust and desire are one and the same. When you desire to open up a company, you lust it. You look at a company like, oh my God, I got this amazing idea that will make me millions of dollars. That's lust. Desire. Oh my God, I want to be spiritual. I want to go do a retreat, do frog medicine. That's lust. You could say it's spiritual, but the ego and the spirit, they use desire. Both of them use desire to use you through. When you say, oh, I want to go get more spiritual, you desire that. That's lust. That's what gets you into trouble. Anyway, gate 59 and gate 6 in human design are connected. There's a connecting channel between the two. Let me see if I want to show all of you. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Now, if you're a member of Patreon, I covered this on my 59 Decoded. It's just hilarious, man. Check this out. You guys are going to get a kick out of this. So here it is, right? Gate 59 to 6, right? This is a connecting channel. If you got this activated, you're probably somebody who's sexual. You know, it's the gate of sexuality and then the gate of friction, right? But the word child, the word baby, look at this. The word baby is 6. And the 59th gate is tied right to the number 6. I'll bet my life that Ra, who created this, did not sit down with Chaldean numerology and knew that baby was 6. I promise you. So when you go to the tarot cards and you look at the 59th card in the deck, it's the nightmare. What happens when you get intimate with somebody? It can, I'm not saying it always does, but your life is complicated from that point. If you are not sexually active, you are free. Okay? If you are sexually active, sometimes the funny thing, right? I'm tired tonight, or I have a headache. You don't want to have sex. Your partner wants to have sex, and you got to lie to your partner just so you don't upset them, or so you can get out of it. That's a nightmare. Now you're lying. I know it's not really a lie because you don't. Oh well, I can't tell them that I don't want to have sex with them because it's going to hurt their feelings. So you tell them you have a headache instead. Or I'm too tired. I got to get up for work early. It becomes a night. Intimacy becomes it's the trap. And the 59 is attached to what? The lovers. It's where you connect and screw and make babies. Okay? That's how connected this reality is. And the tarot coming through once again with this. Okay? So now you know, if you have those gates connected right here, well, you're connected genetically through the cosmic genetics of the nightmare. This card right here, in the Cards of Illumination, this one came from this one. When this card shows up in a reading, you better watch out. Like when I showed you guys and gals the beginning of this with the June 9th, just around the corner, and the petrodollar and all that shit, this is right in the, if I showed you, this is sitting in the Pluto position for the petro, the US dollar. This is sitting in the Pluto position. Oh yeah, it is. The nightmare coming in. But this card is card 48. So then I just go to the tarot. I go back to the tarot, and I'm going to go to card 48 in the tarot, which is this one. It's the looking for love. See how amazing and how connected this shit is? So we started with the nightmare, gate 59, intimacy and human design. This is created from the 48th card in the cards of illumination, and the 48th card in the tarot is the looking for love card. Coincidence? No. That's how simple this is to connect, to get the picture. And this night is like the dump. Oh, I need to get a girlfriend. I need to get a boyfriend. I need to have sex. I want to have a baby. I want to have a family. That's this. And 48 is tied to the word omega in Greek numerology. I am the alpha and the omega. I am going to take my sex drive, my lust and desire, and I'm going to come to earth and I'm going to go look for a partner. I'm telling you, folks, that's how easy this shit is to see when you have all the tools of the toolbox. It's okay, the first comment I got, it's pan-tates, not pancakes. I don't know. So what now? We're going to make babies? No. No kids for me during this incarnation. No children. Congratulations, Friendships España. Spain. I opened up a company because I like what I do. Great. Fresco is asking me to decode Beyond the Scripted Reality. Is that a show? Don't be a quitter. I have been on my own since 2018. I have watched other people that are in relationships and all of the anguish. I know there's a lot of beauty, so trust me, I'm not being negative. I'm going to give you the assets here in a minute. I'm going to just use asset and liability. I've seen a lot of people with liability stuff going on in their relationship. And the sacrifice that goes in, I mean, to me, relationships are where the drama is. Because you just can't always have the red carpet in a relationship. There has to be sacrifice, and then there's emotions, and you have to mix the emotions together. I know some of you that are married and you got relationships, there is no accident. So if you're in a relationship right now, you're going to back up that relationship. If you're in love, you're going to back up that love. I get that, and you should, right? Don't defend it, but just stand in it. I get all that because it's part of your screenplay. I have been single since 2018, and the majority of that time between 2018 and now, I've been celibate. Okay? I have no worries in my life, no attachments. I don't have to pay attention to anybody. I focus all my time and priority on showing the world how everything works. That's what my code right now is. That's what it shows. But do I get offers? Yeah, of course. But I'll tell you straight up, tell everybody in the audience right here, because I can be very authentic. It would take somebody to blow my mind to get me out of this position I'm in. You would have to completely blow me away to get me out of this position I'm in right now, to make it worth it. You would have to blow my mind. There would have to be extreme chemistry, and you would have to blow me away with what you bring to the table. Otherwise, I can tell you straight up, not interested. I'm just being honest. Why would I want to be anything other than honest? You have to blow my mind. I'm too engrossed in changing the world from my code and what I'm supposed to be doing. Now, if somebody came along and if a female version of myself came along that was doing this kind of the same thing, oh, that's one big layer that I'd be really intrigued on. But then you'd have to have the chemistry, and then would I want to come out of that layer of celibacy? I don't know. But children, not in the equation for me. This incarnation, no, I don't see it. I mean, unless I were completely taken off guard, knowing what I know about this, to me, I just think that, and I don't want to say this in the wrong way. Well, actually, I think in a way having a child is selfish. You know, I had this conversation. Just hear me out on this, right? Don't get offended. You don't have to agree with me. I'm just asking you to consider my position here. I had a conversation with a really good friend of mine. And his father is, like struggling. And I'm to the point where the children in the family have to take him in the shower, wipe his butt, the whole thing, right? If your parent knew before having you that one day the child that they have would have to wipe your ass because you can't do it anymore, I think a lot of parents would think twice about having a kid. I really do. So we don't think about these things. But it's real, it's the real thing. And having to, like, you got stuff to do in your life. Like I've said this so many times with health and wellness. I think if you can work out and you don't, I say you're selfish. A lot of you don't work out, I say you're selfish. And you can. I'm not talking about going out and getting buff and lean. I'm just talking about taking care of your health. A lot of you here listening don't do that, and you're selfish. And why do I say that? Why am I postulating that? Just hear me out, right? You don't have to agree with me. Because one day you may get sick. One day you may get ill. And one day you may get so sick and ill that you have to have somebody in your family to help you. And so what they have to, imagine they're in the middle of a big trial. They're an attorney and they're in the middle of a big trial, right? The trial of the century, and their parent is really sick. Or their sister is really sick because they didn't take care of themselves. So now they call up and say, oh, brother, you got to help me out. And this dude's in the middle of a trial. And he's being affected by, and he can't give his 100% to the client because he has a family member who is dependent upon him or her. So it affects that whole thing. It affects somebody who's not even involved. It's the client and the attorney. My point is, ladies and gentlemen, if you can work out, if you can take care of yourself, you can eat better, and you don't, you're selfish. If somebody has to come to your beck and call to help you where you could have prevented it all by taking care of yourself now, I say you're selfish. I say you're selfish. So if you get diabetes and you get sick and you need to somebody come take care of you and give you money and this and that, where you could have prevented that by making better food choices and going to the gym and getting off your lazy ass and going to work out. I'm just being very raw and transparent. I say you're selfish. Some of you need to do that right now. Maybe this is the message. I don't know. And I listen, I'm not saying I'm right, by the way. So don't try to defend here. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just giving you something to consider and have a perspective of. But a lot of you are not taking care of yourself, and then one of your family members is going to have to stop doing what they're doing out of their day, out of their life, to come help you where you could have prevented it all by taking care of yourself now. I say you're selfish, but that's just my opinion. So when it comes to children, folks, there's a philosophical discussion to have about how I think it's selfish to have children. I mean, when I was in Colombia, I was going to this mall to work out. There's a gym at the mall, and I'd go to the mall, and almost every day there were these young women they're holding their kids sitting in the front of the mall begging for money. And I'm like, did you even think about this before you spread your legs? I mean, come on. Well, the orgasm and the feeling of that superseded. Did you think about, anything other than yourself? I just think there's a lot of selfishness that goes into children. And then again, if the parents knew that one day your kids are going to have to wipe your ass, I mean, that's embarrassing. Anyway. Mike Poor says maybe it's their script to be unhealthy. Absolutely. So when I tell you this message, and I get really raw and candid, some of you may listen, some of you may change the course of your action. You were supposed to. Some of you here got really offended. You probably not here anymore. Some people checked out some words I said because it was too raw, too visceral. Unsubscribed. I know when I get too crazy, I get people that I get minus on the videos. Anyway. Christine's asking about a baby mother rhino. I couldn't tell you on that. Dreamt of a baby and mother rhinos last night. I wouldn't be able to tell you. Infinity Meta 6369 says, I told my brother that I won't take care of him in the future because he can't stop smoking cigarettes. Yeah, okay, but you know what? You say that now, right? But then do you feel guilty if you say no in the future, knowing that you can be somebody that could help the person? See how drama works? I'm telling you, this reality feeds off of drama. And if you say no, you feel guilty. I'm not saying everybody does, but a lot of you do when you say no. And what gets the guilt? You're getting fed off of, folks. You're a damn battery being harvested for your energy. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just telling you that's the machinations of how this reality works. That's just the way it works. That's what I've been shown. That's my truth. Seeking Consciousness says also sex, having kids, etc. is part of the experience of being a human being. Absolutely. See how everything's a contradiction? It's selfish, but it's selfless. Lauren Renee says, bringing through a soul is an honor. It is. Absolutely. I totally agree. Contradiction, right? I could totally disagree. Contradiction. It goes both ways. That's what keeps this reality going. And this reality is based on love, because love is what holds it all together. That holds the wave together. Because when spirit decides it wants to incarnate into this reality, theoretically now, how do you enter into this reality? Well, you got to enter the waves. And love holds it. What is love? Desire. Lust. Those of you that are single right now, you're looking for somebody to go screw, you're lusting. That's a sin, right? If you're coming from a theological, what are you going to do now? Like, it's so crazy how hypocritical the whole theological aspect is, because it says, the whole love and lust, and it's all one and the same. Lust equals desire. That's it. I want to go to church today. That's lust. That's desire. East 5 says, I was happy that I did take care of my parents. It was the last thing I could give them. Yeah, absolutely. Again, I totally concur with you. But if you ask them 30 years ago, do you want me to take care of you when you get older? Or when you were a young kid, did you have this conversation? We don't have these conversations. It's just expected, right? Like you go from a baby, when you're a parent, your parents take care of you, and then it's just a recycling process, and then you take care of them. So it's just always this rob Peter to pay Paul. And it's just recycle. That's what we're made up of anyway, recycling material. All right, let's get into some of these sneak peek preview. You guys and gals ready to see some sneak peek previews? Lust is an anagram for slut. Yeah, that's totally true. All right, so let's jump into some of these. Here we go. So let's start here. You ever do this? Psilocybin. Psilocybin decoded. A lot of people have been asking me to decode this. Psilocybin. DMT, psilocybin, magic, mushrooms. Did the marijuana. Have you watched my marijuana decoded? So right here, up here, is the chemical formula for psilocybin. Okay, now these numbers below represent how many of these it takes to get psilocybin chemically, right? You need 12 carbons, 17 hydrogens, 2 nitrogens, 4 oxygens, and 1 phosphorus. Now, what's so fascinating about this connection, this combination? You ready for this, folks? It's so beautiful. Carbon, the very first element, 12 of them, 12 apostles, is what it means to be a human being, right? And then you go to the next element, hydrogen, which is tied to the sun and light. Okay? So you have spirit and matter right here. Then you have the next 2 elements, nitrogen and oxygen, are primarily the air that we breathe. And then the last one you have is Lucifer, phosphorus, which is another element of light. And what happens when you take psilocybin and you close your eyes? You go into this light show. It's so beautiful, man. It is so amazing just from the chemical aspect of it. Here it is, the chemical formula. So this is called the molar mass, right? The molar mass is when you take all 5 elements the chemical formula and you add them all up, right? And you get 284.252, right? So where does this look in mathematics? Well, it's not a prime number, okay? So what we want to do is we want to look to the ruler of 284, which is the next prime in line, which is 293. And what's 293? It's the 62nd prime number. Now I'm going to connect the element on the periodic table that has the 62 protons, which is samarium, which is Samael, in theology, the devil. Okay? Samael, the devil. That's connected here. You have the S, the 19, and the 13. 13 is tied to the word game, and 19 is tied to the word master. You have game master right here for the abbreviation of samarium, which rules over the chemical formula of psilocybin. And then you get into this right here. Life is but a dream. See, when you consume these, you go into the dream world. Well, this dude right here wrote the song, Row, Row, Row Your Boat, gently down a stream, merrily, 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 life is but a dream. His name numerology is 62. 62. Life is but a dream. Alice in Wonderland. Right? That's how amazing this is. Right here. With that. So I got this one coming. I got so many more nuggets with this one. This one will be exclusively on the Patreon. You'll have to sign up for that. I have this one other coming out here. This one's going to completely put to rest for the last time. I mean, I'm not going to do any more on this. It will be clear, absolutely crystal clear, that these energies are working with each other, if not one in the same. I will support that with this upcoming decode right here. I'm going to just throw it to you. The ridiculousness of the movies. And what you're looking at right here is Jim, who was the actor they casted for Mel Gibson's blockbuster, The Passion of the Christ, and Lucifer, right? Thomas John Ellis. They casted him to play Lucifer. So you have Lucifer and Jesus, okay? And in the mainstream, in the world, they'll tell you they're the complete opposites. Well, here are their birthdays. Jim, born on September 26th. Thomas John Ellis, born on November 17th. Okay? Notice the days in between their birthdays. 3,704 days. How big is that? How about this? The word God is 3, 7, 4. Okay? Do I need to be any more clear, folks, on this? Okay? What this whole thing is? All right? Do we need to be even clearer on this? All right? With these two guys. The two scriptures that first mention their names is Matthew 1 verses 1, which says this is the genealogy of Jesus the Messiah, and then the only scripture in the Old Testament, Isaiah 14 verses 12. Here is the numerology of both of those scriptures. Look at what number we get. Yin yang. Okay? Good cop, bad cop. And the last thing I'll show you here is here's their birth certificate names. James Patrick Caviezel, I always mispronounce that, and Thomas John Ellis, 126. And what is 126? It's the one half of the I am. It's the iodine. Okay? The iodine. And that's the joke, man. So now you know, folks. All right. There are no more secrets. The stuff I got coming out with this one, that was just warming up. All right. That was just for warm up. But once and for all, you'll know. And of course, after watching the podcast with Dr. Hillman, well, oh man, some dirty stuff in that book. I got this decode coming out as well. This one will be another mind bender. I'll just show all of you the craziness, okay, of the 88 in Ra. So this dude right here was the person who was credited for inventing the piano. How many keys on a standard piano? 88. Okay? 88. Notice he has the word Christ in his last name. All right? 88. What does the keys of the piano have to do with this guy and Ra? Well, I decided to look at the days on the calendar. Right? And he was born on May 4th, which is the 124th day of the year. That's tied to Zeus, by the way, which should tell you what Ra is. But anyway, the 88th day on the calendar, March 29th. March 29th and May 4th. Between that 37-day span, just the days on the calendar, right? 37 days on the calendar. 88 is 37. 88 is the sun and moon tarot cards, which make the analema the 88. 14 and 23, which is the numerology when you say sun and moon is 88. Okay? So what do you think the 88's tied to? And why are these people connected to it and creating these things that have 88 keys? Like, well, do you think this guy had a choice? The answer is absolutely not. He was being used to create the frickin' piano. There are 88 constellations. Okay? Folks, we live inside of a damn scripted reality. Here's the last thing I'll show you on this, okay? Is the White House in Washington, D.C. Right there is the sign of Libra, okay? Right over the damn top of it, there's the divine triangle, the Omega symbol. I am the Alpha and Omega. Lib-Ra. Right there, Ra. All right? Well, the White House, the address is 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, and it just so happens, just by a mere coincidence, that radium-226, which is its most abundant isotope, has a half-life of 1600 years. Huh. It also is a coincidence that the largest artificial intelligence gatherer is Google, which is 1600 Amphitheater Parkway in Mountain View, California. Just another mere coincidence. Okay? And when they broke when the birthing of the White House came into play on November 1st, when they first walked into, and George Washington got the first move in here on November 1st, it was the 6 of diamonds card. November 1st is the 6 of diamonds, which is the 6 of pentacles. What is this person holding in their hand? The scales of Libra. And where was the sun? Libra. So is astrology bullshit? Absolutely not. It's the great beast above. Okay? It's the great beast above. All right? So now you know, folks. No more secrets. All right? They were never secrets to begin with. But now you can see how we live through a scripted reality. So those are some of the previews I got coming out. That's right, Journey, wheel in the sky. That's the astrological wheel. Oh, I forgot to show you guys. let me show you this real quick. The last one I'll give you a sneak peek on. This one. Alpha and Omega. Greek terms. Okay? Greek. So, I go to the Greek. I love Greek. I'm really digging Greek. Here are the symbols for Alpha and Omega. The A, Alpha, the 1, and the Omega, the 26. I'm using the original Greek now, not the modern. The original Greek. Now, forget the 27. It's the 1 and the 26. What did I show you here? Well, that was the 1 and the 26. Right there. The 1 and the 26. The Alpha and the Omega. What does that tell you? Jesus and Lucifer are what? The Alpha and Omega. Okay? No more secrets. Well, when you take the 126, you bring it into the string of the golden ratio. You got to go 124 digits. I'm going to backtrack, right? I'm going to go to Ra again. What was this guy's birthday that created the piano? He was born on the 124th day of the year. Huh. So Ra's tied to that and the Alpha and Omega. Yep. 124 digits. You add them up, you get 571. But these digits are the 122nd, 123rd, 124th. You add that up using the trusty calculator, 369. So what is the Alpha and Omega? The keys to the universe. What also is the 369? How about when you say I am in the periodic table? These add up to 369. So the I am in Judaism become the Alpha and Omega in Christianity. Same thing. Which become Jesus and Lucifer. Same thing. What about the 571? What's that tied to? Zeus. See, because we have to go 124 digits to get to the 126 in the golden ratio, which is the measurement of nature, by the way. And what is Zeus's symbol? This. Well, what do we have here? We have the number 1, we have the number 2, and we have the number 4. 1, 2, 4. 1, 2, 4. This guy was born on the 124th day of the year, created the 88 P's of the piano. What about the 571? Well, now we bring in the, it's those sneaky Masons. 571 is the 105th prime number, and the Masons call God the great architect of the universe. So is it sneaky? Is it so evil? Well, yeah, because you see, peace and evil in Hebrew is going to give you Ra, because the word evil in Hebrew is Ra, which is one half of the I am, which is the Alpha and Omega, which is the square and compass, which is the tetragrammaton, which is Zeus, which is Mars, which is Venus, which is Jesus, which is Lucifer, which is Yaldabaoth, which is Ahura Mazda, which is Allah, which it's all of them. It's a Ponzi scheme. The whole thing is a Ponzi scheme. The last thing I'll show you here is the colors. Okay? The Alpha and Omega. Alpha gets hydrogen, which is the very first element tied to the sun. The sun is a Olympian, part of the Olympian crew, because Jupiter is the great Olympian. Helios is the sun, which is the Olympian. Selene is the moon, which is the Olympian. Venus is Aphrodite, which is an Olympian. Mars is an Olympian. And you get the 26, which is iron. And this is the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh right here. Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh is 26. Iron. That's why they have the Iron Dome in Israel, because Ra is tied to Zeus. And when you do the color spectrum from how you perceive a rainbow, red is at the top, violet's at the bottom. So you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and you go 14, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. So what is Alpha and Omega? Like Santos says, red shift, blue shift. That's why you have police cars, because police cars represent Alpha and Omega. So there you have it, folks. Okay, I got this one coming out. I got way more to show you with that one, but that will be another humdinger. So now you know. Okay, now you know, man. The sneaky Masons are here. Those sneaky Masons. So when you hear somebody rambling off a bunch of gibberish that it's the Masons doing it, it's Masonic. Maybe you need to go to Sonic and get a root beer float and lighten up a little bit. I just got warmed up. You wait till the full decode on that. It'll put to rest everything. It's going to put to rest everything. Of course, you can say, well, your methodology is bunk and it's stupid and you can't do that. And that's totally. Then this channel's not for you. This channel's not for you, which is totally fine. It's not for everybody. So that means that the inventor of the piano's in on the big conspiracy, and Thomas John Ellis and Jim and Mel Gibson, and they're all on the big. They're all in this to get one past you, to dupe you, to mock you. That's my mocking, saying mock you like that. It's so dumb. Yeah, I got the Newsbenders coming out. There's that too. The Alpha and Omega is tied to the Newsbenders. If you've seen that show, 30-minute theater, 1968. Tied to the Omega. Alpha, Omega. Mankind is being used. I also have a decode coming out on how to decode using Hebrew. I've already that one's already ready to roll. I have Yod He Vah He. I mean, okay, if you're a JW or ex-JW, well, I got the Yod He Vah He coming out as well. That one's already done. I already shot that one. I'm probably going to decode the JW organization, not to poo-poo on it, because again, my stance is it's an archetype being used by the Alpha and Omega. It's all a Ponzi scheme, folks. The whole thing, our whole reality is just a Ponzi scheme. The whole thing. So why are we getting upset? Why are we getting angry? Why do we have to fight? Why do we have to say, you're wrong? Oh, it's not, my text says this, and my books say that, and my data says this, and you're wrong. No, dude, that person's not wrong. Everybody's right. Because it's the Alpha and Omega doing it. Genius. See, that squashes egos, it ruins division, it melts walls, and it puts people in a position of neutrality, because then how can you fight? It completely dissolves and eliminates debating. There's no reason for it. It's worthless. It becomes a worthless activity. I mean, the JW organization, I can do some stuff on the fly. I got Joseph Smith. I got the Mormonism. I'm decoding that. I talked about this. The whole organization, the breaking of the temple in Salt Lake. There's so much. Like, it's so easy to see it too. I love it. I love knowing, not believing. I love knowing that it's a Ponzi scheme because my life, I've been freed. I'm so free. I don't have to engage in debating. I don't have to try to be right. I don't have to do this. I don't have to do that. I just be me. It's so freeing, man. Grand Saturn Day to you, Christine, to the great state of Washington. Christine has been here Christine's probably the first subscriber I ever had. I've done a reading twice for Christine. Christine's probably my first subscriber ever. She's a 33 life path in the Gregorian, amazing human being. So thanks for all the support all these years, Christine. I appreciate you. Oh, I got that too. Oh, I should probably pull that up. Let me see. I may give you guys a gift tonight. Let me see if I find it. Hold on. Somebody mentioned Nano. Oh boy. I got that somewhere tucked away. Where is it at? See if I can find it. No, where is it at? I know I have it. Did I already shoot the video? I think I already shot the video. I already shot the video. I'll show if you want to see what that's all about. I've already shot the video. I can't remember what video it was though. I guess I'll give you guys and gals one other sneak peek on this. I have the Staff of Moses too I'm working on. So let me show you this. This is off my raw decoded, okay? But let it be known, okay? I'm going to be very crystal clear. There are no more secrets. You now know. You have the eyes to see. There's no more, like, there's always going to be opinions, but I'm going to let the numbers speak and the alphabet speak for this piece of raw here, okay? This is Isaiah 45 verses 7. And this is straight from the original Hebrew text. Okay, the Old Testament, straight from the original Hebrew text. This is Isaiah 45 verses 7, where this is God speaking now. God saying, I make peace, shalom, and I make evil, ra. Okay, this is resh, and this is the 16th letter. I can't remember the name of it. I don't have all these things memorized yet. Ayin, Ra, and Rish and Ayin, Ra. This is evil, okay? And this is God saying, I do both. All right? Now, a way to decode Hebrew is you take the total alphabet numbers and you subtract the total you get from the numerology. Now, Ra is 36. There isn't 36 letters. So you just simply subtract 22 letters. And what you're going to end up with is the number 14. So you just go to the 14th letter and it's Nun. Okay? And then the 8 is Chet or Het. Okay? Representing Shalom. Okay? So what I want to show you is the evil part, because most people, that's the dirty laundry, right? God's evil too? Well, what does it mean through this text? Well, just go to the original letters now and go to the hieroglyphs. Here is what the Ra leads to. Nun. All right? It goes all the way back to ancient Egypt. And what is it? It's a freaking snake. It's a snake. Okay? The good, what does that look like? DNA? DNA, baby. DNA and the snake. DNA and snake. DNA and snake. Peace and evil. DNA and snake. Okay? I, the Lord, do all these things. Does it say anything that you're doing it? Anyway, look at all the slides I got, folks. All right? I got this one's will completely show you. Because I'm going for the freaking jugular now. I'm going for I'm getting involved with the language and the letters and the origins through the Phoenician alphabet, which is where the Hebrew is created from, going all the way back to ancient Egypt, because the Bible is created from the Egyptian book of life. Absolutely it is. Going for the jugular, man. Snakes get a bad rap, absolutely. Jason, I don't know. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why you would call people that follow religion gullible when you follow Lucifer, which is religion, bro. It's one and the same. The energy is the same thing. The research supports what I just told you. I don't know why you would say people are gullible when you're following the same construct. The same construct that you're following is what religion follows. It's a Ponzi scheme. I just don't know why you would say that. But anyway, I'd say that's your script, not mine. I just wish people would eliminate that from their mental regiment. Is calling people this and sheep and being gullible and you're this and you're asleep, and why have we not graduated from that layer of existence yet? Well, Jason, I'll leave it up to you, bro. Religion is spirituality. Spirituality is religion. It's one and the same, bro. The research shows so. I've shown the code. I have over 500 videos to support that. I'll stand in that truth. I will take that truth and I will put it against anybody's. I stand in that. And I that's something I know I don't believe. Something I know now. There's no belief anymore once you've been shown. Just sharing it with you, man. You can stand in whatever. It's your code, so. Religion is the same thing as currency, which is the same thing as vampire, which is the same thing as Jupiter, which is the same thing as Ra, which is the same thing as Lucifer, which is the same thing as Jesus, which is the same thing as Allah, which it's all the same thing. It's anything in this system, anything in this self-contained system is a part of the Ponzi scheme. The whole thing. The Kabbalah system, the Tree of Life, the cards, the tarot, the astrology charts, the numerology, the deity names, the titles, the people's thing that they're conjuring this, they're doing ceremonies, rituals. That is all part of this construct. And that's not an opinion, that is a fact. It is all part of this construct. So if you're using something like the cards, or you're doing a ritual and burning incense or candles, it is part of, it was made in this construct. Meaning that it's part of this construct. So I leave it up to you, bro. I mean, you're doing your own thing. I get it, but that's where you and I split on different paths. Because if you're doing something in this reality energetically, it doesn't matter. It's the energy is in this construct. Part of the waves, the functionality of the waves, light and sound and music, and it's all part of this construct. This card is no different than a Bible or different than a church. This card is no different than a pair of sunglasses. It's all part of this construct. Ricky says Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh was replaced in the parchments with God and Lord. Yeah, it was Kyrios, which is Lord in the Greek. Now, if you go study Dr. Hillman's research, he says his opinion is that the Torah was taken from the Greek. It's not the original. The Greek's the original. That's what he's saying. I can't verify that though. Jason says, before it was made apparent in this construct, it was created in the astral realm. You see, but here's the thing, Jason. There's no way for you to support that. That is just a fairy tale. These things that I'm talking, what you measure here is part of this construct, and the fairy tale outside of that is saying, well, it was created in the astral realm. You can't prove the astral realm. There's no way to prove it, except maybe you had a vision. There is no way to support another realm beyond this one. Zero support other than an idea. You can't lock it down. You can't measure it. It's an idea, like a dream. Sorry, man. That's where I differ. You can't measure astral realm stuff. You can't measure it. Everything in this reality is part of this reality because it's supposed to be. It's part of the screenplay. What is the Alpha and Omega also known as? I just showed you what it's all tied to. The Alpha and Omega is tied to all the other things. The I Am, the Alpha and Omega, it's all the same crap, man. It's a Ponzi scheme. These are titles and ideas that somebody, when you say, oh, I'm going to go create a project, it becomes part of this construct. When you say, oh, I'm going to go astral travel, you have to say it in this construct. It becomes an idea inside this construct. Now, the idea may have come from wherever it's coming from. The idea, the silver lining, may be coming from somewhere else. But how do you measure that? You can't. You can measure it maybe through brain activity and the front lobe in the brain. You may be able to do that, yeah. But now you're getting into stuff. I'm very rookie at that kind of stuff. Debbie says, when I was full-blown JW years ago, you're never going against your script, folks. When you finally really, really see it for what it is, you'll know that everything's happening for you, not to you, and there are no accidents or mistakes. Some of you, I've talked about this before. Some of you have had things happen to you where, you know, I mentioned this before. You're out fixing the lawnmower or something, right? Or you're out fixing your sewing machine, or you're out trying to put this baby crib together, and you slice your arm open, right? And you got to go to the doctors. You got to go to the hospital, and you got to go get stitches. And when you go to the doctors, when you go to the hospital to get stitches, you meet somebody there, and the person has so much importance in your life from there on out. So did you really cut yourself? Or you go out, you didn't want to go. Man, you wouldn't believe what happened. I met this person and we fell in love. And I didn't even want to go out that night. The girls kept asking me, well, just come out. I'm like, nah, I don't feel like going out. I'm going to stay in. I'm in my pajamas. I'm not even ready. I got no makeup on. And they want to pull me out and go on a night on the town. Oh, come on in the town. I didn't want to go out. And they pushed me to go, and I said, okay. And I got in the shower, I got ready, and I went out, and I met the man of my dreams. And we're married, and we've been married 50 years. Did you really choose to go out? Was it your girlfriends that coerced you to go out? Or was it just part of your screenplay? No. What I say, and what the research shows, it was supposed to happen for you. So many times you'll break a glass, something alters the course of your life, something simple, something small. Somebody moves to your town, somebody that you haven't seen in a long time, they move to your town and something happens between you two. It's like, why did they move to your part of town? Why did you do this? Why did you do that? If you look at your life, you're going to start to see, like, yeah, why did that happen? Because you're living in a scripted reality, folks. You're not in control of your reality, man. You're just being used for entertainment. And again, while I say that, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, right? Don't think I'm saying it's a bad thing, because a lot of you, when I say you're being used, you instantly and automatically link it to being bad, and I'm not saying it's bad. Ricky says, I've learned to be grateful for everything. Congratulations. Let's talk about gratitude. I mean, just to merely put it out there, I don't want to talk for 10 minutes on gratitude, but how important is gratitude in your life? Like, forget praying, just give thanks. Instead of asking, just give thanks to what you have. How many times do you pray and ask for things to happen instead of maybe you should pray and give thanks for what has happened for you? If this theory that, and I'm not even going to say mine, if the theory that I've been shown is correct, and we live inside of a predestined, scripted reality, right? Like not having a choice in the screenplay, well then why would you ever pray for asking for anything? That's useless. Rather, you flip it around and you give thanks for what you've been given for your screenplay. Sounds like a better deal to me. Well, I put that to the test, right? I've become a gratitude junkie. You know, the small little things. Do you talk to your water bottle? Do you talk to your sneakers? Do you say thank you to your sunglasses before you put them on as you go outside? Because if you didn't put these on, you'd be like squinting and you'd have a hard time seeing outside. When's the last time you said thanks to your sunglasses? I know it's stupid, right? It's dumb, but is it? Or does it have any value? I say it has a ton of value. Because these sunglasses are frequency. And it's alive. And it gives me pleasure when I put them on because it blocks out, it gets really bright out. And these help me. You know? The Wu Tonks is asking, do you have any view on an ability to transmute? Transmute what? I think we're constantly transmuting. You're constantly transmuting. Constantly you're transmuting. I think you're doing it all the time. So, you know, getting back to the gratitude thing, I'll say one thing. It's like you give gratitude and then something happens that you're giving thanks towards, and you stop giving gratitude because it hurts. But the pain is like the greatest teacher. Well, if you go, I have this decode coming out on when God tempted the devil. And I'm not gonna tell you what it is, but what I will say is that it's fear. It's the whole example is not love. It's a fear. Why are we to fear God? Why are we told? Why are we programmed to fear God? What the hell sense does that make? It doesn't make any sense. Egyptian deities asking about a woman getting rid of an unborn baby. Everything is scripted, folks. I know this. You bring up the most horrific things. You know, I broke down and decoded successfully Ted Bundy, right? The serial killer. You know what his code says? Serial killer. That's what his code called for. Why is it so hard to believe these things? The horrific, nasty things. It's all supposed to be this way. But of course, if you're a good person, you look at this stuff like, how could that be? You know, I mean, if you look at the good and bad, if you look at it from a theological perspective, many of you here were raised in religions, myself included, and the one thing I could never understand is why is evil allowed? Well, I know now why, right? Because it's all scripted. It's all part of the script. But the thing is that you'd always justify it. What you would do is you would need to have a scapegoat, right? It's called the scapegoat. And it's not my fault. It's the devil's fault. And this is, if you go all the way back up to the Ponzi scheme, in this case, it would be God saying, it's not me. I'm not doing it. It's the devil. I told you it's him. Okay, well, dude, you're just going to let this thing run around amok for thousands of years and let it torture people and kill people and do nasty stuff? You're just going to allow that to your children? Would you do it? Folks, how much sense does this story make? Okay? And just use it from an imperfect way of thinking. We're imperfect human beings, right? In that sense, right? Okay, if you're a parent and you got kids and your child calls you up and your kid's like 10 and they call you from school and they just got beat up and the principal's calling you better come pick up your kid. You got to take him to the hospital. Kid got beat up real bad. And you're like, not going to worry about it. Let him figure it out. It's all good. Whoop-de-dee-doo. I'm busy. I'm busy. Any of you, does that make any freaking sense to you as a parent? Like, no. You would stop whatever you're doing and you would haul ass to the school to help your kid. Okay? And then what does a school do? Well, they reprimand the bully and they remove the bully, maybe suspension. Well, take that same story and move it into the theological perspective, right? And now you start to see how ridiculous it is. We have an imperfect situation with imperfect people, and we would never abandon our child or just say, let him figure it out. Got his ass kicked at school, no big deal. You know, but then you bring to a perfect position of spiritual realm and just allowing all this raw energy to happen. No, it says right in Isaiah 45 verses 7, where this story originated from, that I, the Lord, do both good and evil. Hello? It doesn't get any more crystal clear than that. That's why it's allowed to happen, because it says right in the scripture that it allows it to happen, because it's an energy that's allowed to happen. It's simple. Ricky says, fear traps us from loving. It does. Totally does. But you see, fear and love are the two polar opposites. That is the peace and evil, the chaos and order, is love and fear. That's the trap, folks. So when you get good, that's why I'm a practitioner and preacher of neutrality. It's the tallest order possible. It's the tallest order possible to be neutral. Because you have to have guts, and you got to turn shit off, and you got to stop doing activities and all the things of what it means to be a human being. That's a tall order. Jason says, just call it for what it is, source. I know you like to use that word, and I use it a lot as well, but I would encourage you to go study the etymology of that word. I bet you haven't studied the etymology of it. Go deep, right? Go deep and study the etymology of that word. Okay? You know, there's a reason why this is as above, so below, right? Okay. If you go and you look at the longest running television shows, all right, of all time, what you're going to see, it's all currency. All right? It's all currency. And in the United States, you'll have these right here, soap operas, longest run on TV, Days of Our Lives, The Sands of the Hourglass, Guiding Light, Guiding Lucifer, Guiding Light, As the World Turns. This is all drama. When you go and use the word drama in the alphabet, on the word here, what do you have here? You have the doorway for Ra's matrix. Okay? Drama. There are 12 zodiac signs. There are 12 apostles. And I even want to say children now, but that's for a different story. You got Ra right in the word. Drama. That's what this reality gets fed by. Drama. So when you stop feeding it drama, it's like, what use are you? Drama is hot and cold. That's why it's 33, which is what man and woman is. Drama. Okay? Even Jesus was tied to the 33 because Jesus is 18, which is what Adam is, which is what Christ is. It's all in the words, man. It's all in the numerology, man. Folks, you got to take into consideration, okay? Just consider this. This right here, okay? This stuff, you may have never studied it before, okay? This stuff right here is what creates the programs and software that you use right now on a daily basis. This code, right? It's got greater than, less than, symbols, letters, numbers. This is what creates so much of what we use on a daily basis. Like right now you're on YouTube. Behind YouTube and the platform is code like this. Behind what you're seeing here is code like this. Well, what the research shows is that our reality has code that it operates through. Same thing. And the code, a big part of it is numerology, which is a 43. So now you got to say, well, see, this is a language in itself, just like this. Our reality is built on code, folks. Okay, that's why there's a lot of stuff that says that we live inside of a damn computer. It's a movie. It's a video game. And it's all written like this. Like if you type in code for video game, right? What makes a video game work? Right? It's all code. The software that gets written to operate a video game like Mortal Kombat to play the characters, it looks like this. So our reality is the same thing, folks. It's code. That's why you can measure numerology, you can go to mathematics, but you got to know how to interpret the code. Just like if you want to write a website, you got to know how to write this properly. If you have one thing that's out of order here, it can screw the whole thing up. Right? So this is very specific. Well, that's why our reality works the same way. Our reality works on code that is written very specific. And all the code is code within the code, right? Like Chaldean, right? This is the code this is what Chaldean is labeled as. 27, right? 27, which is this. That's why I love using Chaldean, because it's tied on currency, which is tied on religion, which is tied on sports. These are big things on the world stage in the code. These are written inside the code, the software of our reality. We live inside of a computer system. And I'm telling you, folks, this code is written in letters, numbers, and symbols, mathematics, sine and cosine waves, binary systems, square root, square, algorithms, okay? Polygonal, if it's a geometrical. God is a mathematician, but God is a freaking coder. In order to have our reality work, you need code. Everything can be measured in numbers, letters, and symbols. The grass is green. Green has a color to it. That has a code to it. My cell phone has a certain dimension. That has numbers to it. My cell phone has a certain weight. It's so many ounces. That has code to it, numbers. My name has letters, numbers, letters. It's all based on code, folks, all of it. And there's no getting around it. Isaac's asking, if life is scripted, do we have a choice when we do bad things or things we regret? No. There is no such. My answer is there is no such thing as bad. That's it. That's an adjective to describe the subject. The subject is something happened for me. And then you say, what happened? Oh, it was so bad. Now you're describing it. Forget the description. What happened? Something happened for me, not to you. Something happened for me. It happened for you. What do you mean? Well, I fell down and I broke my ankle. What do you mean it happened for you? Well, how did it happen for you? Well, there's a lesson there, right? There's a lesson there. Maybe you were going around the corner too fast. And you had to break your leg to learn the lesson. And you had to tell some other kid that wants to learn how to ride the motorcycle to not go around the corner so fast because you broke your leg doing it. And to save the child for the greater good, for that child maybe killing himself the next time, it slows down and it learns. This reality it's learning. It's learning and learning and learning by what we call mistakes and errors and doing things bad and addictions. And we all have addictions. I'm addicted to decoding. It can be a liability. Absolutely. I sit in the chair too long. My circulation suffers. I get the electromagnetic frequencies from the screen. That's an addiction that can be a liability. But where's the asset? I'm providing you the code. I'm being used as a sacrifice to provide you the machinations of how this reality works. And I don't have it all figured out. I don't know. As a matter of fact, I don't know shit. See how contradictory it is? Well, Logan, you know a lot. Yeah, but I don't know anything, because when you get down here, you realize you have access to everything, and it's like never having to worry about money ever again. Imagine you have an unlimited supply of money. Same thing as when you go down the rabbit hole. And you're like, oh, I found another tool. Oh, I found another way to decode. Oh, I found another card deck. Oh, I found some more numbers. Oh, now I'm studying sine and cosine waves. Oh, I'm studying trigonometry. I'm figuring chemical formulas. Oh, it's never ending. It's like you're being a rich person that's so wealthy you don't have to worry about money. You have an unlimited supply of money, right? Life takes a completely different turn. And if you had an unlimited supply of money, what would happen? Would your life become a liability or an asset? Both. That's why life is contradictory. Oh my God, I'll never worry about bills again. I can do this, I can do that. Yeah, but then you may become an addict because you get lazy and you're going on all the yacht cruises and you're drinking a lot of booze and partying and having a good time, and then it becomes a liability. So your wealth becomes a liability. And then you're like, oh, there's got to be something more to life. And then you break out of that and then you move into some other asset liability movement. It's never ending. Life chews you up and spits you out. Life will chew you. It does everybody. It chews them out. That's why Chronos, which is time. What is Chronos? Time. God is God time? Yes. I have that decode coming out too. God is time. Is God time? Yes. It's a personification of God because time is what keeps this reality moving. If you watch the movie Lucy, there was a scene during Lucy when it was explaining the car. I think it was Morgan Freeman explaining the car moving, and it got faster and faster and faster until you couldn't see it anymore, right? You couldn't see the car anymore because it was moving so fast. So this is when he says, when you slow time down, so why do people say time is an illusion? When you slow time down, that's how you can see the car. If you speed time up, the car disappears. So how valuable is time? And is it really an illusion? It's as real as you and I. If you say it's an illusion, it's an illusion. I'm not going to take that from you. I'm not here to debate you on that. But is it really an illusion? It can be. You know, that movie Lucy, boy, it was a lot of amazing things in that. Especially when Morgan Freeman is talking about, you know, like source energy, God energy, like it says that it will enter into an environment, and if it's not hostile, it will procreate. It will start to hump and screw and procreate, right? And create a family. But once that environment becomes hostile, it becomes immortal, and it jumps ship. I'm out. When it's not fertile anymore, it jumps ship. It becomes immortal. And that was the big takeaway in the movie Lucy. It was huge. Yeah, I know about the Wu-Tang's three body problem. Jordan, I think Jordan decoded that. Big shout out to Jordan over at Waters Above. I was listening to his podcast today, and boy, I tell you, that dude is so smart, man. I love listening to him. I really thoroughly enjoy. He's a really, really amazing human being. So if you're not a member of his channel, it's called Waters Above. Go over there. And if you're somebody who wants to learn how to, you know, get involved in the cryptocurrency, he's got these mastermind courses. I mean, go sign up. They're affordable. He gives a lot to people, and he's a beautiful human being. So go support his channel. Waters Above is, if you just go to YouTube, type in Waters Above, you'll see his channel. The big fella says, do I listen to Matt from, I know who Matt from Quantum of Conscious is. I think he's a very, very smart guy. I really enjoy, I used to listen to some of his stuff. Yeah, absolutely. I actually would love to do a podcast with him. I think I reached out to him one time, but he has a lot of subscribers, so I don't even know what he's at. I think he's at like 80 or 90,000. He's got a pretty good following. I would love to do a podcast with him. He's a very intelligent man. I like the way he thinks. Somebody could set that up where, I mean, me, him, and Jordan would be awesome to do a podcast with. So if you guys can, somebody here can put it together, I'm all for that. Lisa's asking about Back to the Future. Yeah, I decoded Part 1 and Part 2. Those are my older ones, though. But I did Back to the Future. May I have that? So, speaking of that, right here. Right? This is off my raw decoded raw 88. Why was it 88 miles an hour? Well, when you connect alchemy to it, it tells you the story, right? So this is Marty McFly's name in Back to the Future. Martin Seamus. His name through numerology, 39. 39 is the protons for yttrium, which has got the 88.906 for its atomic isotope. It's going to be isotope 89. But it has the 88 there, and it's got the big fat Y on it. And what's the Y tied to? The flux capacitor. Of course. All you simply do is just connect the dots. It's just really that simple. You got plutonium here. Plutonium being a big marker in this reality. Plutonium being tied to Lucifer. Oh yeah, baby. Yep. Tied to Hades in the underworld. Okay. So there's that connection right there. 39. 39, the word Halil in the original Hebrew, which is supposedly Lucifer, is 39. And 39 is tied to the word computer. We're living inside of a computer, right? Ricky says Biff is Trump in Back to the Future. Yeah, in my decode of Back to the Future Part 2, I covered that. I covered Biff and Trump. Matter of fact, the cover of Back to the Future Part 2 Decoded has Biff and Donald Trump on it. So. All right, I think I'm going to get to the tail end of this. Got these tarot cards shuffled. I'll take one. Somebody want me to do it. I'll do a decode on the fly. Somebody want me to decode something. Mavs Celtics. It's so easy to decode sports. I just don't find any interest in it. Yeah, Bobby, I got the cards shuffled right now. So I also, just so you know, let me see if I can find this real quick, and then I'll pull some cards here. Let me see if I have this. Actually, it's on my... Give me one sec, folks. I'm going to try to find this. So many damn... I have something new I'm releasing. Something brand new, which will be on the Patreon. for my members. It's actually just going to be for tier, the Empire tier. Let me see if I can find it. I got the 1 decoded coming out, the 1. I just want to show all this to you because this is a pretty big deal. So stuff like, yeah, here it is. I won't let me show you. Anyway, I got it's on my hard drive. So I have a new format coming out for my Patreon members, the Empire tier, and it will be something that I'm not even gonna say me, something that I was shown to create. I've always wanted to do readings, for the collective. There's so many tarot readers out there, and I fancy a lot. I think there's a lot of amazing, talented tarot card readers. But I wanted to come up with something really new, something brand new that no one's doing. And so I was shown how to do this. And so I've called it astrological poker. And it's using like a no limit Texas Hold'em poker involved with tarot. And it's just going to be for my Empire crew because I want to keep it very tight and exclusively for those members. So if you're somebody who wants to really dial yourself into the tarot and the cards and the astrological and all that stuff, this will be for you. And this is going to branch off into so many other things as well. But I have the whole table set up. I got a mat with the slots for the poker, and it's pretty cool. And I'm going to expand upon it, but it will be just for the Empire crew, just because I don't want to get it where I have 1 million views. I would probably never get that many, but I want to keep it really tight. I want to really keep it small to keep it concise and condensed for the Empire crew. So if you're somebody who wants to partake in this, you'll have to become a member of Patreon. But I got a lot of big decodes coming out on there on Patreon. Like I said, I got how to decode using Hebrew. There's one methodology. I have the 1 decoded. I have the Jesus and Lucifer, the Ra 88, the Alpha and Omega, Yahweh. I got the let's talk about Poseidon. I'm going to do that one on the YouTube publicly, and I'm going to show the astrological map of when Poseidon was discovered, and how that significantly set up the way we observe our reality through the astrological. And you got to take into consideration, folks, that, and I postulated this on my social media. And I said, when you study Greek mythology, you're going to see that the story of Greek mythology is Zeus that got the heavens, and his brothers Poseidon and Hades got the earth. Essentially, Poseidon got the water on the earth, and Hades got the underworld and the riches of the underworld, right? Which has a contract with the sun above, as does the water, right? Through the water cycle. And these ideas are where you're going to get a lot of the theology from, the mythology and the theology. So the postulation here is that, is it possible that Poseidon and Hades are the devil, right? In the story of theology. Is there any synchronization of Neptune, Poseidon being tied with his brother Hades / Pluto, being tied to the devil and Satan in theology? And you would have now Zeus being God, right? In the heaven, you would have Zeus, the heavens, and these are all three of these are Olympians, by the way. Right? Poseidon is an Olympian, Hades is an Olympian, and Zeus is an Olympian. Okay? And Pisces, which is what we're all of us here are Piscean people. right? You're all born under the Piscean age, I would say. And Pisces in the old school would be ruled by Zeus. But once they established Poseidon, then Poseidon became the co-ruler/ruler of Pisces. And I think it makes more sense because Pisces is fish and Neptune and Poseidon is water. Jupiter is not water. So Jupiter moves to its natural position of fire in Sagittarius. Okay? The archer, the hunter. And you if you start to look at these energies like a band of brothers, and they're hanging out. And he's like, you go down there and you get to run the earth. I'm gonna manage the store up here. You go down and you manage the store down there, and I'll oversee everything. Like the producer would be Zeus, the director would be Poseidon / Hades. And this is where the devil and Satan and all that stuff, which is just a matter of time. But if you want to get really finicky about that, if you want to get really anal about that, well, through this mythology and astrology and then theology, it really stands to reason that the devil is Poseidon. And Poseidon, when you study Neptune, Poseidon in your astrological chart, from what I discovered, it seems that planet, that energy is what you're addicted to. It really has a lot to do with your addictions. And keep in mind that Poseidon, the icon is he carries the damn devil's pitchfork. He carries the trident, which is the devil's pitchfork. And then under the ground is Pluto, which is the recycler, right? The dirt. Hades, hell, the fire, the fiery furnace below. So they all have an agreement together. And it's a recycling process, right? Through the mythologies, which is what theology comes from. Theology, mythology, I think it's all one and the same because we live in a Ponzi scheme and all these stories are synchronistically tied together. So if you look at your astrological chart, Vedic, not tropical, and you look to see where your Poseidon is, that should tell you a lot about how you move through addictions in life. To give you an idea, my Poseidon in my Vedic is in Scorpio. And that says a lot about what I'm addicted to. Because Scorpio, when you move it into the Vedic position, Scorpio becomes the 9th sign, and Scorpio is ruled by Pluto, right? So now you have Hades and Pluto being tied to Scorpio, and Scorpio for me is tied to Neptune, Poseidon, and this is what Scorpio would get. Scorpio gets the 9s. And think about this, that 9 is the great repeater number. So if Scorpio, being ruled by Pluto, is Hades, the underworld, and 9 is the recycler, what does the ground do? It recycles. Because you're going to return to the ground when you die. It recycles. This is the funny story in Judaism. They laugh about the bear shitting in the woods because it's a recycling process. Okay, so this tie is tied to Scorpio energy, the 9. And the first house is going to be Neptune and Poseidon. So you would literally have the devil being the 19, the 1 and the 9, which is the battery, and that is the recycling process. So my Neptune is in Scorpio. And, my addiction, and I want to be clear that when I say addiction, I'm merely talking about what I'm driven to do in life. Because addiction, when we think of that word, it has negative connotations, and we think alcohol and drugs and sex and lust. No, I'm not talking about that. For me, an addiction is decoding. And I can't help it. I have folks, I literally try to shut it off. Okay? I'm not going to try to shut it off, and I get bored. It's like I'm just drawn back to it. That's what I love doing it. Like, it is an addiction. Is it a liability? Yes. Is it an asset? Yes. It's a contradiction. It's both. But my Poseidon is directly across from Saturn, Kronos, and it's in Scorpio. So my Scorpio being Pluto, and Hades is in my Virgo, and that's Earth. And so I have a lot of energy towards the addiction of studying the Pluto energy, which is the occult, the underworld, Hades, where the riches of the underworld, the secrets are going to come from. Those secrets get buried, right, in the dirt. So if you're willing to look at your astrological map and you check out where your Poseidon is, and you start to think in terms of addiction, you're going to start to see your reality playing out. You will. Right? You're going to start to see. And remember, it's not just a one-stop shop. So Poseidon, and the placement of that, you also have to look to see where your Pisces house is and what energy is being lorded over by that. Is there any celestial activity there to give you another layer? But also consider that you have all the other celestials to take into consideration. All the 10 Olympians. You know, in the zodiac there are 10 Olympians. The other two are not. The other two would be Kronos. He's a Titan. And the only one that's not a Titan nor an Olympian is Uranus. Uranus is a primordial, because Uranus is heaven. And this seemingly is what we're moving into. The age of Aquarius, you're moving into. I know that Saturn is co-ruler of that, but consider that Uranus is the planet of no limits. And Aquarius is air and no limits. That's why there's the geniuses of the zodiac are tied to Aquarius, because you're tied to uranium energy, which is no limits. Electrical. We're moving into an electrical free energy and all this stuff. That's probably going to happen. That's Uranus. That's Uranus. And Uranus is not a Titan, nor is Uranus a Olympian. Uranus is a primordial, which mated with Gaia to form the Olympians and Titans. So are we getting a new boss? Across the way from Uranus and Aquarius is Leo and Helios. So you do have an Olympian across from a primordial. Are we getting a new sun? And are we getting a primordial to rule in the house of Aquarius? And this puts in Vedic, it makes Aquarius the 12th zodiac sign. And 12 is the strongest of all the numbers, 1 through 12, because it's the endings and completions. So you move out of the first house of Pisces and you move into the 12th house of Aquarius, and you instantly and automatically move into a maximized numerology position of 12. You become all 12 at one time. And this is where the pouring of information comes out in the age of Aquarius. And the sun across the way to illuminate it all. And this makes the hangman actually be tied to the house of Aquarius instead of what we normally would label it as the house of Pisces. And think about the hangman. The hangman is illuminated, right? So the hangman is illuminated in the house of Aquarius, and this illumination right here. See that illumination behind its head? Well, across the way from Aquarius is Leo, which is the sun, and there's the sun behind the head of this individual. So is this saying that out pops kids that will be automatically enlightened? Because we come out of the womb like this, head first. So is this insinuating that during this age of Aquarius, we're going to have a lot of geniuses and we're going to have a lot of tech savvy? I told you the current the now elected or elected president of Mexico is female, and she, not only is that, she's Jewish, and of course Saturn's the co-ruler of Aquarius, and on top of that, she's got a degree in technology. So there's a lot of this coming in right now. there's that to consider. All right. Anyway. Sundancer is asking about breaking down Hades. Well, I already covered that in my Pluto Decoded. If you check out my Pluto Decoded, I covered the Hades. Left, right, and center. Yeah, Jason says you're addicted to occult, meaning hidden knowledge. I don't think that during the age of Aquarius anything will be hidden anymore. That's, again, think about the ages and the cycles that we move into. During the age of Pisces, which is a water sign, which is a physical sign, right? That's why it says in the New Testament, in Revelation 21 verses 1, it says there will be no more sea. I saw a new heaven. This is John now, right? John is tied to 18 in water, just like Jesus is, right? I saw a new heaven and a new earth. And at the end it says, and the sea will be no more. Well, what do you think the sea is tied to? Poseidon. Water. And this also postulates the idea of moving into transhumanism, because the sea can also represent the body. Because Pisces represents physicality. That's why you have the hangman there. Through the tropical, right? And you also have a lot of magic going on. There was, when you look at, if I move into the age of, if I move back into the age of Pisces and I bring in the tarot card, I want to just show you this, okay? To consider this. When you consider the Sidereal Vedic, you have the House of Aquarius that we've moved into, or we're about to move into, or whatever. What the hell's mine? The first house of Pisces. And why I say the first house, because we normally look at Aries as the first house, right? That's through tropical, and that has merit, so I'm not going to take that away. But consider the fact that on March 21st, which is the spring equinox, the sun, which when it's directly overhead of the equator, it is in Pisces. It is not in Aquarius. I think I have, let me see. Before I do this card pull, let me show a little bit real quick. See, this is what I'm addicted to. Like, I just want to keep showing you shit. So this right here is the map of the stars. This is currently June 9th. And you see, where's Saturn right now? It's just in between. And keep in mind, it's right across from the Phoenix. I've already talked about this in the Phoenix rising. But where's Pluto? Right? You hear a lot of people, Pluto's in Aquarius. Pluto's right here. Where's Aquarius? All the way over here. How can Pluto be in Aquarius when it's way the hell over here? It's in Capricorn. And it just got here. Right? This is a true map of the stars right here, folks. No kidding. Well, when you look at, what did I want to show you? I think it was Neptune. So Neptune is right here, and it's back in its home sign in Pisces, right? So I'm going to show you. I'm going to move this 2025, 2026. This is, keep your eyes on this Neptune. This is Neptune right here, okay? Well, it's moving through its own sign, right? And then it comes right about here, and now 2039, 2040 is when it is out of its own sign. Now it coincides with Bashir's prediction that we'll have a Phoenix event here. So Poseidon moves out of its own sign, and you have all this energy down over here. This is a very, very interesting position to consider here. And Pluto is right here. Pluto is now, it's been in Aquarius, 2039. Right, these overlap. You can see these things overlap, right? This is why tropical and Vedic have their say, and why you can see truth in both of them, and why they have their merits when you do the definitions and interpretations, because these zodiac signs, they encroach upon one another. Some of them do, not everyone, but you can see like Capricorn and Sagittarius, there's a big gap here. But because it's such a wide gap, and because of the energy probably triangulating and all that kind of stuff, we have to take that into consideration. But Pluto, which is right here, right? 2035, 2036, 2037, it's in Capricorn, folks. So you see, it's not anywhere near. So it has a ways to go here to start to, but once it enters that hand, you may have some crossover infiltration here as Pluto moves. And it's way out there, and it's so slow moving. But I want you also to consider that, this is tied to Pac-Man as well. But there's that. And I want you to consider that the first house of astrology, when you do line it up with the correct position of the sun, becomes Pisces, right? Now, maybe it was Aries back in the day, but because of the precession of the equinoxes, the March 21st spring equinox is still in Pisces. Matter of fact, Christmas is not a Capricorn position. It is a Sagittarius holiday. December 25th, the sun will be in Sagittarius. The sun. The sun will be in Sagittarius, which is a Jupiter-ruled energy. But nonetheless, this card right here is tied to magic, right? The Magician. Well, if you consider that this card right here was the card assigned to the age of Aries, and if you want to use the tropical, it would be considered the age of Pisces as well. So these cards, literally through tropical and Vedic, they will fit, and you have to boister it out, 2 signs. So there's a lot of magic going on. A lot of magic. You're starting to see the magic starting to crumble. Why? Because we're moving into the age of Aquarius, and the age of Aquarius is about enlightenment. You're going to start to see enlightenment because it's part of the script playing out. The magic which precedes this card, right? The Magician, a lot of magic going on in the world stage. Like, I've known this for a while, but I got readdressed to it. Where if you watch the Challenger, remember the Challenger that exploded in the sky back in the 80s? Well, then this guy all of a sudden comes out of nowhere, and he's going to the courts. I mean, he's talking about all the people that were blown up in the Challenger still alive, using their real names, right? Well, if that's the case, then it's all magic, man. What do you think NASA's all about, right? NASA is using magic. Just like you and I, we use magic. So don't start labeling like, oh, there's NASA. Listen, they're doing their job for the age of Pisces. The age of Pisces was a paper age. It was not a digital age. It was a paper age. Fiat currency, paper, cash, money, currency, horse and buggy, cars, mechanical. Right? Now you're moving into solar and hydrogen and electric. Aquarius. The magic of Piscean energy is being removed. And you're now moving into, I know. I know. You move into the 12th house. This essentially is, the the congregation of all 12. It's literally the magician, the high priestess, the empress, the emperor, the hierophant, the lovers, the chariot, all those cards all the way around, they end up becoming the hangman. That's why it's got the enlightenment there. So that's why you're starting to see things differently now, because the energy is changed in the age that we've moved into or are about to move into. Because there was a lot of magic going on before that you didn't know about. Well, now you know. Now you have the eyes to see. It's not because you did anything differently. It was because it was part of the screenplay. That's it. That's why, again, you're not going to see me cheering. Yeah, dear bro. I'm not going to do that. I'm not. Don't want to get involved with any of that stuff. Why would I cheer on something that was inevitable? I'm like meh. But these are things that I would ask you to consider, right? With these ages, to give us an idea of what everything's going on. And you know, that sign of Aquarius, if it indeed is the 12th zodiac sign and not the one previously, well, you can even tie magnesium into that. And magnesium is used for sleep, waking up from sleep, right? Because we're supposed to. Okay. So let's get a couple cards and call it a day, call it a night. Appreciate all of you showing up here, being here. It's been a lot of fun. This is another fun one. Yeah, I was mentioning Pac-Man because how many pellets are on the board in Pac-Man? 244. So just go to the periodic table. What element has 244? Plutonium. So I was mentioning the devil being Hades and Neptune and Poseidon, the two brothers that got the earthly realms. Poseidon and Hades. Well, Hades is chalked up to Pac-Man. Pac-Man, once he eats all the pellets, the game's over. 244. Right around that realm. You know, the United States, 248. I mean, it's right around that realm. Plutonium. You have no idea how big plutonium is, how big Pluto is in the scheme of things. How big that element is. It's massive. And it's tied to Lucifer. It's tied to the pale horse. Because if you take Isaiah 14 verses 12 through the original Hebrew and you do the numerology, you're going to get 94, and that's plutonium. Plutonium is what nuclear, it's a bomb. Boom! And what forms when you ignite a bomb? Light. Light. Okay? All right. So Ricky said, lies. What are lies? There is no such thing, bro. When are you going to figure that out, man? You saying it's a lie is the most biggest lie there is. It's all fun in here, man. Oh, I'm just having fun, Ricky. I'm so lightened up. Trust me. I'm meh. My life is meh. All right, so let's get some cards for your edification. I'm not using tarot. I'm using the playing cards. All right. So let's kind of see what kind of message we can get here for all of you, for everything that we've talked about. maybe like where we headed, what's going on, what can we look forward to, what's the current energy of right now of the world. You know, I at this stage of the game for me, I don't know about you, I literally sit down and I have a conversation with these cards. I say nothing. I just think it. The very first thing that I do is I give thanks, gratitude, and now I'm in the habit of saying, hey, what's going on? What's going on with you? Like whatever's connected to me, I'm like, what's going on in your world? And it's just humorous. So let's begin. I'm going to begin with that. I'm going to go with what my normal routine is as of late for the collective here. Let's ask whatever's connected to me, whatever's running the voice in my head as me being the catalyst. Very first and foremost thing, I want to thank all of you for being here. I want to thank each and every one of you for entertaining the postulations that I presented to you here tonight, right? Thank you so very much. I really appreciate each and every one of you. I want to say thank you to the moderators, Stephen and Pamela, for continually showing up. I appreciate you too. I want to give thanks to all the people at Patreon who are members that support this research. I thank you. I thank each and every one of you here on YouTube that have supported me throughout the years here, supported this research. And I'm grateful for each and every one of you. You are a little bit a part of what I've come up with this research. A lot of you are embedded in some of my thoughts that I express on the world stage. There's too many to list. A lot of you have been giving me grace, so I'm grateful. But I'm very grateful for whatever's running over my reality, whatever that is. And if it is just one source energy, if it just is one God, if it just is one this or one that, then so be it. If it's just Zeus, if it's Helios, then so be it. But nonetheless, it doesn't matter because I'm grateful. I'm grateful for it. And I'm having the time of my life. So anyway, I'm going to say that, and I'm going to ask whatever's running me, what's going on in your world, all right? So let's see what kind of card we get. What's going on with you, right? Like having a conversation with God right next to you. Like, hey, God, what's going on with you? Let's pull a card to see what's going on with you. The Nine of Hearts. This is a Venus-Saturn card. This card right here is wish fulfillment. So I asked Source, I asked God, what's going on with you? Oh, I'm getting all my wishes fulfilled. Yeah, I'm getting all my wishes fulfilled. That's what's going on with me. This is tied to, now remember, the nines in Vedic astrology are tied to Scorpio, Mars, and Pluto. Mars being the co-ruler, and Mars being the desire, the lust. Meaning like, what's going on in your world? I'm getting everything manifested in my reality. I'm happy. I'm content. Everything's going groovy. Everything's going gravy. Right? So that's card number one. Starting this thing off with a bang. Let's ask, like, okay, so what do you see? What's going on with the world? We know what's going on with you. Manifestations. What's going on with the world? How do you see the world? What's going on as the big chock full of things? What's going on with the world? Four of Clubs. This is the house. This is the 17th card in the world, which is the star card in the major arcana in the tarot. It's going to be card number 26. You know what 26 is? Omega. We become the Omega. Remember the Omega, Alpha and Omega. I am. We're the am. I am. You or me. Alpha, Omega. Well, this card right here is tied to the Omega because this is card number 17 in this system, and that's the star card. 17 is the 7th prime number, which is the 7 chakras, which is the 4th prime number, which are the 4 blood types. So how do you see the collective? I see you as the star. I see you as the star, and how are you feeling? I'm feeling like I'm manifesting everything. Look at what came up. It's freaking plutonium. It's plutonium, baby. If you would just reverse them, 49. Down in a hole in numerology is 49. Spirit entering into matter. How you doing? Well, I'm manifesting everything. How about you? Well, how are we doing? Well, you're the star of the show, baby. And I'm going to manifest everything through you. You see? And the house, this is the card of the house. The house always wins. This converts into the Four of Wands, which is card 26, and the word Omega in Greek is the 26th letter. So beautiful. And I would say, like, okay, is this combination is plutonium, which is Pac-Man, and Pac-Man, when you eat all the pellets, 244 of them, which is the weight of plutonium, the game ends and you move on to the next level. So let's ask the energy now. Like, okay, we see wish fulfillment here. You got all wish fulfillment, and we got the star of the show here. What are we to expect moving forward? What's it going to look like moving forward here? Let's see. The Ace of Spades, baby. Card number 40. You're on television. Television is 40. This is the card of you're on television. This is also the card, by the way, of Westworld. Westworld equals 40. This is the 40th card in the deck. Are we going to realize that we finally know the truth? When I say truth, I'm saying when everybody agrees and it is across the boards that you have an implant in your brain, which is the voice, and you are not in control of your life. This is what this is saying? I'm merely just interpreting this as such. But there are many ways to interpret this. This also connects to the 40th element on the periodic table called zirconium. Zirconium comes from the Persian word zargun, which means gold-colored. Zirconium has the scarab beetle for the icon to represent zirconium. This is tied to zirconium. And the scarab beetle is death and regeneration. So it just may be that that's what this is alluding to. What's coming? Death and regeneration. But let's ask another question. So we do have the finalization of knowing you're being under mind control. The MK Ultra program, they were Albert Doles and company that created the MK Ultra. They didn't create it. I'm not going to give you credit. No, dude, you're not even in control of your mind, bro. All right, so we have wish fulfillment. We have the star of the show. We have either death or regeneration, or finally realizing that you're not in control of this reality. What's the final outcome here, Source? What can you tell that what's the final storyline here for what point you want to get across? What is it going to be? Seven of Spades, man. This is the 46th card in the deck. In Greek, the words God's kingdom equals 46. Jailhouse rock equals 46. Jailhouse rocks. This card right here is the mystic. A very spiritual, mystical card. And this converts into, let me show you in the tarot so you can see the picture. And I'm going to give you the numbers. And then I'm going to give you the final interpretation of what I think it means. Hang on. And hang on, folks. Bear with me. It's like watching the grass grow. There's that one. So we asked Source, hey, how you doing? How you doing? It was so funny. The other day I asked, it's like, I'm busy. It's comical, man. The voice that comes in my head. And I'm like, what's going on with you, Source? I'm busy. It's like, don't bother me. So anyway, we had the Source. What's going on with you? I'm manifesting shit. I'm getting everything I want. This right here, if you ever heard that song, 2 Tickets to Paradise by Eddie Money, this is the card. When he says, I got 2 tickets to paradise, it's this card. This is the card of Pandora's box. This is the 45th card in the deck. So when I ask Source, hey, what's going on with you? I'm running Pandora's box. You know what Pandora's box is tied to? Alpha and Omega. Got that coming out in the Alpha Omega Decoded. So then I asked, what's going on with us? And this is the card we got. Well, happy home, right? The house always wins. Now, this may not be for everybody, but this is a mental card. In the tarot, it's fire. But in the cards of illumination, it's going to be an air suit. Fire, air, same thing. Both necessary to create the fire, to make it, to forge it. But this is the 26th card in the deck, the Adam and Eve card, the happy home, right? So we have wish fulfillment, we have happy home. And then the third card here was the Ace of Spades. What's to be projected? Victory. Mental clarity. You'll have mental clarity. The Ace of Swords. Card 51. This right here, tied to parasite. Parasitos in Greek, 51. 51-degree slope on the pyramids. That has everything to do with our reality. So I said, what's coming? What's happening? Well, it's either you're going to have clarity that you're being used, and you're going to finally know that. The victory, you'll know that. And then the final outcome was the Seven of Spades, which is, is a highly mystical, if you have this as your birth card, highly mystical card. There's a guy that I don't really listen to, but one of my grand friends listen to him. His name is Ralph Smart. And he's this he's like this animated, he's a pretty funny dude, right? He's got like 2 million followers. Well, this is his birth card. He was born on March 3rd. This is the March 3rd. This is the 33. Seven of Spades, right? It's the mystic. But that card in the tarot is the Seven of Swords. And this card, so I said, what's to come? Well, we have clarity, but we also have this is strategy, but it also is the prison. Because you see that person right there is holding 5 swords, and there are 2 left behind. That's 52. And prison planet equals 52. So are we going to get relief from this? I just don't see the aspect of being able to be a player character on this world stage. I just think that we are non-player characters, and you got to make peace with that. And I think it's fun to think you have some kind of control in this reality, but I think that this message was really fun and crystal clear. Manifest to your heart's desires, because you're going to get the clarity of this is a new strategy coming in as well. There's a new strategy coming in for this reality. I'll just pull one more tarot card. See, it's never ending, right? It never wants me to stop pulling these damn cards, but let's pull one more. Shuffle these. I'll pull one more card and we're going to call it a night. All right, what's the final message for everybody here? Final message. Pulled it again. Oh my God, I pulled it again. I want to be very crystal clear to end this, right? This is the Seven of Swords. That was the final outcome. Let me show you something really funny. See what number it is? 57. I'm going to go to numerology now. The final outcome was what? 57? A new Truman Show coming in. Oh, man. When you go to the periodic table, you can see the laughter, right? 57th element. Look at what it has for its icon. I'm watching you. The all-seeing eye. Made in Japan, right? So many clues just with the numbers here. 1633055. You decode this. Ridiculous. Lanthanum means to lie hidden. Not anymore. There's the 138. The Phoenix event. So do we have a Phoenix event coming to change the game? Looks like it. It doesn't mean we're going to have instant destruction, but there will be massive change. You can smell it. You can feel it. You can tell. You can just tell. And you are where you are. There's no reason to get fearful. Death is just a doorway to another dimension. Death is just a physical act. And you're exactly where you need to be right now. So you don't need to go racing around, because that's fear-based energy. No fear, baby. None. No fear. So that was a message I got for all of you tonight. I really, honestly, so appreciate each and every one of you. But I really, it's awesome, man. You come back for the swords, yeah. 57, man. 57. It's just, if you had any idea how big that 57 is, just beyond what I showed you, it'll blow your mind. It's tied to bear shit. Genesis in the beginning is tied to the number 57. Bear shit. All the religions, all the ideas, all the constructs that are inside this reality are tied to the Ponzi scheme. I'm going to show you one more thing. When I say Ponzi scheme, you can see that it's a 53. Now, if I go to mathematics to get us a bit, we got to go deeper, right? Like, we don't just stop there. Well, we know 53 is the 16th prime number. It says, does it go beyond that? No. It would go to a composite. So 53 is the 16th prime number. So I'm going to go back. What words are 16 tied to the Ponzi scheme? That. The lake of fire, that. The light game, that. Right? And then you have this element that rules over it. Sulfur. Sulfur is the 16th element. So the Ponzi scheme, which is a 53, is the 16th prime number, which is sulfur. And sulfur is 28. You know what 28 is? That. How about this? 28 is the first perfect number in mathematics. So we have Lucifer here being 28, being tied to sulfur and hell. And then when you go to the 28 in the periodic table, nickel. And what does nickel come from? Devil's copper. You starting to get the picture of all this? You getting the picture of this now? This nickel, Ni, you abbreviate that. N is the 14th letter. I is the 9th. That's 149. Is that a prime number? Yes, it is. The 35th prime number. And what's 35 in numerology? Simulation. I was born on the 35th day of the year. That's why I'm tapped into this to show you. This element right here, gadolinium, tied to the simulation. What element is that on the periodic table? The 64th element, the television. You're on television. You're in hell. You're in the lake of fire. If you go study your theology, folks, you're going to see that the text is not showing itself to you the way it used to show it to you. And you're going to see, even with the recycling process, it clearly says that if you are going to be put into hell, if you're going to get recycled back in, it says that you will be in contempt. They use this word contempt. What happens when you are contempt of court? You get taken away. This is a prison, folks. That's why when you go here and you type in Prison, you're going to get 26, which is Yod He Vav He. It's 26. Prison planet is 52. 52nd element on the periodic table, Earth. All right? There's nothing bad about it. There's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing I can do about it. You just got to laugh and have a good time, enjoy the show, and be neutral. That's it. That's my take on it. I could go on and on and on. I could decode till the cows come home. I have so many words memorized, it's ridiculous. I don't even need, I have them all, so many of them memorized now. I could sit for hours and just people could say, well, what's this and what's that? I could decode it. It's so easy to do. Now, just in Chaldean, the oldest numerology cipher that I know of. And you don't like Chaldean, I'll go to Greek. You don't like Greek, I'll go to Hebrew. You don't like Hebrew, I'll go to Russian. You don't like Russian, I'll go to Spanish. You don't like Spanish, I'll go to Polish. I can decode any language, doesn't matter. Does not matter anymore. It's because I have so many hours of practice, ungodly amounts of practice. Because I'm doing my screenplay. I'm doing my job. That's it. All right. So we could probably call it a wrap. Let me see what the hell I'm going to play here for the ending. You guys and gals can sit there and well, let's play a fun song because we kind of played a really you guys can mesh into the still corners, and the song's called The Trip. I'll get a copyright for this, but it's all good. I'm not monetizing my channel, so I don't give a shit. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor and a pleasure. What's Your Question 79 is in the book. We've reached gold status. What's Your Question number 80, which we're going to get into Mercury, the way we think, the moon, the way you feel, selenium and Mercury, the two elements that match up with the number 80. Well, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that's all I got for today. My name is Logan for Decode Your Reality. Until next time, we will see you later.
sweet.